Free Palestine. Dear friends, dear colleagues, welcome to the European Parliament, to this conference organized by the Green CIFA group in the European Parliament concerning the four colleagues, Jaume Sanz here, to my right but not in the right, Benedetta Scuderi, Munir Saturi, and myself as Galician MEP in the European Parliament. I want to thank you for your presence and at this conference, especially in the time when it feels like international law has been reduced to nothing more than empty words. Ignore this minute. But your presence here in the European Parliament is a voice of the people that need our voice and our help and our complaint against the catastrophe, the humanitarian catastrophe and the political catastrophe. Shall we call genocide? Is the title of the conference that in our debate we finally decide with all the analysis if it is or not. For me, it is. For me, it is. It proves that we refuse to give up. We will never stop denouncing the most than 60,000 people that aren't here with us because they are still living in Gaza under horrible conditions. They are still living under the occupation, under the apartheid. Today, it proves that we are still fighting to defend international law, to defend human rights, and to defend the right for self-determination of the Palestinian people. The international solidarity is growing by the day, also in the European Parliament, but we have a lot to do. We have a lot to do in some European countries, and we need to combat also the hypocrisy of the European Union. I want to take a moment to introduce a very special people which came today from my homeland. I'm going to do in Spanish. You have interpretation to Spanish, to Arab, to French, to Italian, and to Italian, I think, and to English. Yes. Quiero agradecer la presencia de Galicia por Palestina, aquí presentes, de la Asociación Galaico-Árabe Jenin, dos personas de Gaza aquí presentes que sus familias siguen en Gaza. Y quiero agradecer, por supuesto, la presencia de todos los movimientos sociales de Galicia por Palestina y todos los movimientos sociales del País Valencià, con nuestro compañero aquí también, Vicent Marçà, desde Cataluña, desde Italia, desde Francia, desde Bélgica, desde Eslovenia, desde tantas partes del mundo que están clamando. Luego diréis cada uno cuando habléis de dónde sois, pero que estamos clamando contra todo lo que estamos viendo entre nuestros ojos, cosas que pensamos que nunca íbamos a ver. También quiero agradecer la presencia de la delegación de Palestina aquí presente hoy y de todos los movimientos de solidaridad y de derecho internacional. En este Parlamento hemos tenido que sufrir todos los ataques de un Estado que impide que en un pleno podamos llevar la cufilla. Esa, que es algo tan simbólico, en el pleno nos dicen, quítala. No podemos llevar una camiseta que ponga Palestina, pero sí podemos poner una que lleve Nueva York o que ponga Bahamas. ¿Cómo es este Parlamento de hipócrita? Y por eso queríamos traer luz, traer voces de la sociedad civil, voces del movimiento internacionalista, del derecho internacional, del periodismo, como los periodistas asesinados en Gaza, que no están, pero están con nosotros hoy. Queríamos traer voces precisamente para hablar y para seguir denunciando. En este Parlamento y en esta Unión Europea hay muchas cosas que deberíamos de seguir haciendo. Para nosotros, fundamentalmente, la suspensión del acuerdo que tiene la Unión Europea con Israel. La suspensión del acuerdo. Pero sí hay algo que es necesario y urgente, y es de lo que luego también debatiremos, es que paren las bombas que entre la ayuda humanitaria. Hay que asumir muchos retos. De estas cosas hablaremos hoy y mañana, inspirados en los tribunales Russell, en una conferencia que también pretende hacer presión política internacional y también denunciar las violaciones de derechos humanos que se están produciendo. Agradecemos mucho a los expertos que habéis venido desde todos los lugares del mundo. Agradecemos también a las personas que nos están viendo en línea desde muchos lugares del planeta y queremos además agradecer a todos los equipos de nuestras oficinas en el Parlamento Europeo, de la oficina de Jaume Assange, de la oficina de Benedetta, de la oficina de Munir y por supuesto de la mía, y a todo el grupo también por habernos permitido organizar esta conferencia. Y sin más, yo quiero dejarlo aquí para daros una cordial bienvenida, una calurosa bienvenida. Seguimos luchando por la humanidad. La causa palestina es una causa humanitaria. Hay que combatir las mentiras que se están diciendo, hay que combatir todas las falsas noticias y, sobre todo, la causa palestina es una causa de la humanidad. No es ni de una organización política ni de un movimiento social. Es una causa de los pueblos que tienen el derecho a su autodeterminación y es una causa de derechos humanos. En este Parlamento hemos tenido que llevar muchas batallas. Por eso también estamos muy contentos de que estéis aquí, porque hemos tenido que combatir en varias comisiones que se pueda hablar de la UNRWA, y lo saben bien los representantes de la UNRWA que están hoy aquí con nosotros. Gracias, Mateo. Hemos tenido que luchar para que se ponga la palabra UNRWA en algunas resoluciones, cosas tan básicas y tan simples. Así que
we can use acronym UNRWA in some resolutions. So thank you very much and welcome to Brussels.
Bienvenida. Los agradecimientos ya los ha hecho Ana, yo me sumo a ellos. Simplemente quería
you and thank you, and I would like to join in. But I would like to contribute with some ideas on the reasons why we're organizing this conference today here. Today we are here for various reasons, because history is calling us, history is questioning us, history is testing us. What is happening in Gaza is not simply the most atrocious crime of our age, of our times, but it's also a test for international law, international conscience, and the human dignity in the world. And we are failing this test. Before, we spoke with our friends from Amecalma Housing, with Maria, and I remember that Primo Levi, one of the survivors of the Holocaust, used to say that what happened against any forecast and can still happen again. And this is the most important thing that we should keep saying. This is Primo Levi's legacy. And what is happening in Gaza should have never taken place. Gaza is not only Gaza. Gaza is the reflection, is the mirror, is where we see the failure and the moral bankruptcy of the Western world. And we should point at that failure. We should see where the responsibilities lie. This is why we're organizing these days in the core of Europe. This is not simply a space for debate. This is not simply academic debate, but this is a public accusation. This is a call to action. And these 2 days draw inspiration from the Russell Tribunals, which was founded by Bertrand Russell and Sartre. And we have Barat here today, and he will tell us what this is all about, because he was one of the coordinators of the Russell Tribunal in the 1960s when the US were slaughtering Vietnam and when they were trying to hide their crimes, talking about civil war. A group of citizens, of professors, of academics, legal experts decided to get organized and say, no, not in our name. They did not have the strength. They were not able to act. There was no government supporting them. They were not recognized by the states, but they had something very valuable, and that we still need today: the authority of conscience and of the belief that when institutions are failing, that when legality becomes a mask to hide crimes, the civil society must get organized and must rebel. This is a moral right and a moral duty. And today, under the aegis of the Russell Tribunals, we should gather that legacy and give a moral judgment on those responsible for what's happening in Gaza. And we do this because we know that whatever resistance starts with institutional justice, institutional courts and tribunals are not sufficient, are not enough, they are not progressing with enough speed. And when they do this, they are led by the interests of the great Western powers. And this has nothing to do with law. Of course, some orders have been issued against Netanyahu, but the moral and criminal responsibilities not only lie in Israel, but they only lie in London, Berlin, New York, and here in Brussels. And our precise duties reporting those responsibilities, highlighting them. These are not simply moral responsibilities, but they are cooperating, they are facilitating a crime. We are expanding criminal responsibility, and I'm a criminal counsel. I'm an expert in international law, and these people and these institutions should be involved because they are responsible. That's why we're going to talk about genocide. Are we facing a genocide or not? Like Anna, I have my opinion, and as a lawyer, this is a typical case of genocide. This is the perfect genocide. We are back to the times when in the 1830s, the US was slaughtering the American natives, or what Hitler was doing with the Jews. There are differences, but there are also patterns that are repeating. The same dehumanizing narration, the same policy of walls, segregation, ghettos, to segregate people, population that are considered to be unthankful. We have the words of Donald Trump mentioning it, and Netanyahu, when the survivors, after killing 10% of the Gaza population, they're telling them, you have two alternatives. Either you escape and you accept ethnic cleansing, or you stay there and die. So these are the two alternatives, because they want to build a tourist resort there. And that is why we need to question those facts above and beyond what's happening in the world. We know that what we are saying will not put an end to the bombs, but we know that dignity must be defended. And we have a specific commitment. There's a principle that shouldn't never be given up, which is very simple. Every life of every Palestinian is worth like that of any other living being. And after these 2 days, no one will be able to say in this parliament that they were not aware of it. They cannot pretend to be ignorant. These days are open to all the MEPs. So the moral responsibility of those who will decide to look in a different direction or participate or contribute to what's happening will be a clear responsibility. And we cannot simply support this with words. We must support this with facts. When I was a lawyer, I started an accusation with other lawyers against Israel in 2010 for the slaughter against the Freedom Fleet. And Anna was there. I tried to be part of that fleet, but they did not let us leave. They prevented us from leaving the port, from leaving the harbor with the boats. And what Anna did, what I did, what many of us did, many of our friends did, people who are committed to that. This is also to recognize all the work you're doing. We need more reactions of this type. We need more gestures of civil disobedience, sanctions, boycotting. And we need not to forget that the first duty, as Bertrand Russell said, of every human being is to reject collaboration with the evil. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's amazing to see so many people here today from so many different countries and organizations. This is the first panel of the conference. 5? What's 5? There's 5 languages available for, simultaneous translation. So find your language. Thank you. So this is the first panel of the conference. It was important for these 2 days to be to actually make, as Anna and Jaume said, make the case for genocide. And we thought that the best way to do that was to actually use the Genocide Convention and talk about acts of genocide, genocidal intent, and this is what we're going to do over the next 2 days. This panel is going to focus on genocidal acts, and I have to say that I'm honored to be sitting at a table with, Iman, Ahmed, Tanya, and Hussein, who are all inspirations to myself, and I think a lot of us around this room. We are going to finish this panel around 4 p.m., and then we'll have a 30 minutes break, and then the next panel on genocidal intent will start at 4:30 p.m. We hope to have enough time for questions at the end of each panel, so it's down to the people on my left to help me out with this. Each of you guys will have around 15 minutes. I mean, the official thing is 15 minutes, but we are going to start with Iman Marifi, that I'm honored to call a friend. And Iman was in Gaza as an advanced nurse practitioner in January, February 2024. She's gonna, I guess, give us a testimony of what she experienced, what she saw, and she will do this in French. And then we'll move on to the next speakers. So thank you, everyone. Shukran ktir. Iman, you have the floor.
Bonjour à tous. Donc, comme vous l'a dit Franck, je m'appelle...
So good afternoon, everyone. As Frank said, my name is Iman, and I'm a specialist nurse in resuscitation and urgent procedures. I am here to talk about human lives, interrupted lives, broken lives, children that are buried in ruins and empty gazes. This all took place in January 24. I saw what nobody should see in 2025 today. And especially, I did what no one of the doctors or nurses should do. That is to make choices. Today, I am in a not very pleasant mood because I began a hunger strike which came to an end last week. I have very few energy available, and I'm not going to spend a lot of energy to choose my wording. I will be very spontaneous today because I've been back for more than 1 year, and I never refuse talking in front of a microphone when it is offered to me, and I always try and smooth out what I'm saying. But today I have not the opportunity to do this because I don't have the energy to do this, and so I apologize from the beginning if I'm going to hurt your feelings. In Gaza, I did what no healthcare operator should do when you decide to take this type of job. I made a brainstorming in the morning to see how much we had left and see what doses should be administered to whom, and leave somebody behind the tent though they were feeling sick, and then go and check if they were still alive or not, because we needed a stretch. So I had to do those sort of things. But today I'm here because I promised to myself that I would speak on their behalf. But Palestinians are there, they exist, and I have not come back from Gaza unhurt. No one can do. I can still feel the noise. I can still feel the smell of blood in my nose. And it's never going to leave me, I believe. And this is what is happening there is not simply war, because war is somehow authorized and there are rules. Of course, war is really bad, is horrible, but there are rules. But here is total collapse. It's a collapse of humanity, of our society, of collective responsibility. And I understood that I was seeing something different. I saw it in the look of Raphael Pitti, 75, a professor, a war physician, and he went to Syria, Afghanistan, Ukraine, former Yugoslavia, Africa. He was everywhere. And from his look, I understood that we were witnessing and experiencing something totally different from what he had seen before. I saw Halpitri, this person who was totally helpless, without any defense, without knowing what to do. And I understood that what we were doing was very difficult, and I can only see silence around me. And every day I think, how many children do we need more before we stop? How many years can these people live before they can live with dignity? So going back, I went to Gaza in January, first French medical mission that went to Gaza. And knowing the history of Palestine, before leaving, I decided that I would say goodbye. So I decided I made my testament because I'm a mother. So I left my children to go to Gaza. I apologize, but this is always very difficult for me. So we arrived in Gaza, and I cannot tell you how difficult it was to enter Gaza. And in my NGO, I said I didn't want to treat children. This is my limitation. Also in France, I always decided to work with adults. And in resuscitation in France, I like it very much. This is the department, it's the world where I feel at ease. So I went to the resuscitation world with other surgeons and other physicians. And in resuscitation, my first patient, Lana, was 2 years old. My daughter is 3 years old. She was an orphan, paraplegic. She didn't know. She was in a coma. She was completely disfigured with various probes everywhere. And her eyes were bulging, and she had been hit by an explosion, by a bomb. Second patient, 16 years old, she was really stinking because she had infections everywhere. She was in resuscitation. She got a bullet from a drone which went through her mouth. She couldn't eat. She was really, really thin. And naively, I asked, why don't you feed her through IV? And they told me, but we don't have the equipment. And what about a probe for her stomach? Well, we don't have it. So she was simply hydrated. And her legs had been maimed, and she had infections. But she went to Egypt, and she died shortly afterwards. So time is going by, and I felt I was suffocating. And I said, I asked not to work with children, but in this world there are only children. And this guy was smiling at me, and he was telling me, but we are at war. We cannot put patients in the right place. We just put them anywhere. So I worked in emergency in France at the beginning of my career 20 years ago. And in an emergency ward, if you go there, the issue, well, once the issue is solved, the patient is sent home or hospitalized. And this story came back to my mind. So I said, if I manage to go home physically not hurt, I will not go back home.
Très courageux.
unhurt in my mind. So I will, this is what I did. I decided to go there and work in the emergency. I was the only foreign doctor. And the main issue was exactly this one. The main challenge was that one, because I was not local and people could see it. So many families were asking for a second opinion, though the patient was already dead. They were asking for a second opinion to receive confirmation that this person was dead. And it was very difficult, because I had the impression that when I was declaring it, it was even harder for them to accept it from when a local physician, a local doctor would say it. And what impressed me, I was in the first room in the emergency, and when people were arriving, and masses of them, well, I worked in a European hospital with 25,000 refugees in that hospital. That was January 24. Let's try and see the context. And the children living in hospital, they no longer knew what life or death was. And I remember that I was resuscitating, I was intubating a patient, I was on my knees, and I can see it again, and it's hurting me. And I saw those children. I saw those children entering the room, and these children were taking me candies from my pockets while I was resuscitating other children. So these children had no idea at all, and this is a psychological trauma that I still have in me. And then I would like to talk about another patient. I promised that I would talk about her every day so that everyone can get to know her. Abir, 26 January 24. This is a date I will never forget. So genocidal intent, 26th of January 24. Abir came to the emergency with her son, 24 years old, and her husband. And she said that she was pregnant and diabetic. And I asked, is this diabetes because you're pregnant? And she said, no. I've had it since I was 12, but obviously, I learned to make diagnosis by simply looking at people. And I looked at this girl, and she was grayish. And I asked her, how many weeks have you been pregnant for? And she said 7 months, but her belly was really flat. So I took her blood, I went to the lab, I could only analyze a few elements. And the first thing I saw was that blood was very acidic because there was no insulin. So I took her on a stretcher, and I asked them to place her in the urgency ward, and her child had died because of blood acidity. So we told this to Abir, her husband, and her son. And she was breathing heavily because her blood was so acid. And I know what should be done in France. I get recipes, there's a protocol, you should take blood every hour, you analyze it. And with my devices, I know what I can do in France. But when I said this there, the doctor looked at me as if I were an alien, and he said, but we cannot do it because I only have 11 cartridges in my equipment, in my piece of equipment, so I cannot do any gasometry. So, but we cannot let this girl die. So I asked for a blood test every 6 hours. So Abir came at 2. At 5, she was able to expel her death child, and unfortunately she died at 12 noon the following day. So everything was there, only 20 minutes drive away to save Abir, but this did not take place, and nobody talks about it. So I was there for 4 days, and I said it's a catastrophe. Of course, there are bullets, there are bombs, there is this famine, and patients are dying because they don't have access to anti-cancer drugs, drugs against diabetes, against hypertension, people who are not being treated. And all these people are not counted as dead. And if I take my experience, I witnessed the death of 4, 5, or even more patients, indirect deaths, versus all those that were slaughtered. And I said this in front of the French Assembly, in French Parliament, in February 2024. So 442,000 deaths are the official figures, but it's 4 times higher. When I spoke in Parliament in France, I imagined I would reawaken their conscience, but I was naive. Mahmoud, a child, 8 years, he really touched me because he didn't want to be touched, and I was impressed. He came with his foot that had been totally torn by an explosion, and the drone shot a bullet in his belly. But Mahmoud was very upset with me, and I can never forget it. There are so many stories of this type, and I can go on for hours and hours. I managed to speak for hours without stopping, but things are not changing. I've used all legal weapons, also hunger strike, but no one is listening to us, and I no longer know what I can do. So I'm thinking, being here today at the European Parliament, the European Parliament has a role. Does Europe has a voice to be heard? So I still keep some hope, and I say, I've understood that silence is killing more than bombs. Please remember this. Inaction, the fact of non-acting, is 10 times, 20 times more important than the rest in this genocide. And we cannot question the fact that this is genocide. I'm not asking you to decide today. I'm simply asking you to reject indifference. I'm simply asking you to protect humanitarian law, to support humanitarian corridors. And I asked to go back to Gaza because you should know that despite everything I said, I'm 38 and I never felt as good as those 15 days that I spent under the bombs with those people. And in December last year, after Israel authorized me to enter, one day I received authorization through the NGO, and I had a date at the border, and 10 days later I went to Amman, Jordan, to enter Gaza, and at 10 p.m. the night before, they told me I was not accepted as a person. This is the price I needed to pay to be here in front of you. So I'm still asking for a ceasefire, and I'm still asking people to invest on reconstruction. This is your responsibility today, and it's our responsibility. And we are talking about our collective responsibility. Sometimes I wonder, what are we doing here today? We are talking about peace, but children are dying in Gaza. In Gaza, you issue on the same day a birth certificate and a death certificate. I know that everything is complex and I'm not naive, but one thing is not complex, and it's the right to your dignity. And taking dignity away from somebody is really worse than taking your life away. It's even maybe worse. So we should never forget this.
Excusez-moi, je suis pas quelqu'un d'émotionnel.
I apologize. Usually I don't show my feelings. I don't want to accuse anyone. I'm simply trying to shake your conscience. And we cannot have peace without justice. And we cannot have justice without commitment. We should all be committed and request justice for the Palestinian people. What I saw there, well, my impression is that we see it from here, but that we see it from very far away. And we keep questioning this word, genocide, while children are dying because they simply were born in the wrong place. And we should never forget that behind every silence, there's a death that could be avoided. All these deaths could be avoided. And as has already been said, we could simply stop the agreement, not give weapons to Israel, and the war could stop in 48 hours. And in conclusion, I'm asking you to close your eyes and see yourself in 30 years from now, and think that maybe Gaza children will be able to say that Europe was able to save the Palestinian people. That's a wonderful thing to imagine. Thank you very much.
I'm going to now introduce policy advocate at Amnesty International. Amnesty released a groundbreaking report around a year ago now, right, Hussein? Was it around a year ago? Yeah. It's a near 300 pages report coming to the conclusion that what's happening in Gaza is a genocide. The report is called "You Feel Like a Subhuman," and Hussein's going to address this report and more, and he's going to speak in English. Thanks, Hussein.
Thanks, Frank, and thanks to everyone who has is hosting this meeting or who came today to listen to this talk. So, I mean, just to clarify, I think because our report is quite big, so I'll focus primarily on the research and documentation, as I know that there will be two other sessions, one dedicated to the issue of intent and another dedicated to recommendations to the EU. So I will leave this to colleagues to address. I want to start actually by something a bit personal, which is that since the start of what the genocide, I have been finding it very difficult to actually see or listen to children speaking in Arabic. It has become quite a difficult experience, I have to say. And I think it's because of, I remember seeing a little girl, a photo of a little girl in Gaza during Eid. I think that was in 2024. She was wearing this nice dress in the middle of all the destruction and misery around her. I later would learn that her name is Salma. And every day I think about her. I wonder if she was one of the children who has been torn to pieces by Israeli bombs. Was she burned to death? Was she one of the children that was starved to death? Maybe she was shot by a sniper. Maybe she died from something that was easily treatable. Was she abducted by soldiers, tortured, sexually assaulted? If she died, what happened to her body? What happened to her parents? I think one thing is clear, though, that while I do not know what happened to Salma, I know that her life has become a hell on earth, as has been described by the UN for referring to the life of children in Gaza since October 2023. So our report focused on the crime of genocide. Specifically, we have looked at or documented how Israel committed 3 genocidal acts, that is 3 acts prohibited under the Genocide Convention. I'll explain a bit those acts and how we came to this conclusion. The first 2 acts were about killing and causing serious mental and bodily harm to Palestinians in Gaza. And we have done so. We have investigated that by reviewing the results of investigations conducted into 15 airstrikes that happened between 7th of October and the 20th of April. During these 15 strikes, 334 civilians were killed, including 141 children, while hundreds others were wounded. In every single one of those investigations, what we have found was that there were no prior warnings, there were no evidence of combatants. There were no weapons in these places. Our researchers went there. They collected the names of every person that has been killed. They matched them along using any possible database to make sure that there was not a single military target there. And the result was essentially the same. What we have seen is that Israeli forces would bombard, whether through airstrikes, whether through drones or artillery, houses without warnings at night, usually when people are sleeping. Killing everyone. In one of those cases, on the 20th of April, an Israeli airstrike destroyed the family house of the Abd al family in Al Janina neighborhood in eastern Rafah. 20 Palestinians were killed, 16 of them children, and they were representing 3 generations of Palestinians, completely wiped out. This happened while all of them were sleeping. There were no warnings, whether seen on social media or whether thrown or sent by messages or anything. And while the 15 cases represent a fraction of Israel's aerial attacks, which, as we have all seen, the amount of bombs being dropped on Gaza by Israel has actually outmatched anything seen in modern history. They are indicative of a broader pattern of repeated attacks on civilians and civilian objects or deliberately indiscriminate attacks. These attacks were also conducted in ways designed to cause very high number of fatalities and injuries among the civilian population. In all these cases, there were no warnings at all. One of the people that we interviewed to document these cases told us that while my body survived, but my spirit died, and with my children. It was crushed under the rubble with them. The report also documented how Israel deliberately inflicted conditions of life on Palestinians intended to lead over time to their destruction. That is by imposing conditions that created a deadly mixture of malnutrition, hunger, diseases, and exposed Palestinians to slow and calculated death. These conditions were imposed through 3 simultaneous patterns that repeatedly compound the effects of each other. First was damage and destruction of life-sustaining infrastructure and other objects indispensable to the survival of civilian population. For example, the attacks against hospitals, against sanitation facilities, against homes, and the complete destruction of all of these infrastructures, the destruction of agricultural land. All of this has meant that Palestinians in Gaza were no longer able to find ways to sustain their living. The second one was the repeated use of sweeping, arbitrary, and confusing mass evacuation orders to forcibly displace almost all of Gaza's population inside Gaza. We have examined these evacuation orders, which were completely arbitrary, and found that they were always confusing. In several cases, we found that evacuation orders impacted hospitals, where even people who were in need of life-saving assistance were left to fend for themselves. And they have led pushing the Palestinian population in Gaza increasingly into smaller and smaller areas of land, which were not able to sustain their living. The third element which we examined was attacks on the humanitarian assistance and other life-saving supplies into and within Gaza, and this took several forms. The first was preventing the entry of humanitarian aid. I think it's very clear right now, especially that today marks the 58th day of Israel's total siege over occupied Gaza. Where, according to the Israeli Defense Minister Katz, Israel's policy is clear, that no humanitarian aid is about to enter Gaza. Then when we have also seen that even when humanitarian aid was let inside Gaza, in lots of places we would see humanitarian organizations and their groups prevented from moving it inside Gaza. So there would be orders blocking them from movement, refusal to coordinate with humanitarian actors inside Gaza, and even in several cases attacks that have killed dozens and scores of humanitarian workers. Most recently we have seen with an incident of deliberate killing of 15 aid workers in Gaza. And then we have also seen how Israel has launched coordinated smear campaigns and attacks against UNRWA in particular, but also the wider humanitarian assistance community, where we have seen how not only Israel has taken measures to restrict the ability of UNRWA to work in the occupied Palestinian territory, but also went further by trying to, or lobbying states to defund UNRWA, which is the main lifeline to millions of Palestinians in Gaza, but also doing indispensable work to the lives of Palestinians outside Gaza. After examining those conditions, we have also examined Israel's claims in order to analyze the intent for when the Israeli officials were conducting these attacks. And we have, in particular, we have examined the overall pattern of Israel's conduct in Gaza. We reviewed the dehumanizing and genocidal statements by Israeli government and military officials, particularly those at the highest level. We also examined how Israel's claims that its military lawfully targeted Hamas and other armed groups in Gaza. We also examined how these claims were also always followed with unprecedented destruction and denial of aid and how Israel tried to blame Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups on this. But on this, I want to be very clear that whether there were co-location by fighters or not, that does not in any way remove the responsibility of Israel and its military to ensure the unimpeded access to humanitarian aid to the civilian population. We also did not find any evidence that the diversion of aid could explain Israel's extreme and deliberate restrictions on life-saving humanitarian aid. We also considered alternative arguments, such as ones that Israel was acting recklessly or that simply wanted to destroy Hamas and that it did not care if it needed to destroy Palestinians in the process. Now, thinking about this argument, what we found is that it would even show a callous disregard to the lives, to the lives of Palestinians. We also examined the factors outside the context of the genocidal acts. For example, how Israeli authorities have subjected hundreds of Palestinians from Gaza to incommunicado detention, to sexual and gender-based violence, to torture and other ill treatment, as a destruction of cultural and religious heritage in Gaza, and the wider context of apartheid, the wider context of the siege in Gaza since 2007. And viewed in isolation, some of these acts investigated by Amnesty constitute serious violations of international humanitarian law or international human rights law. But in looking at the broader picture of Israel's military campaign and cumulative impact of its policies, the conclusion is clear. Israel is committing these acts with the intent to destroy the Palestinians in Gaza. That is, Israel is committing genocide. As I mentioned briefly, the wider context in Palestine, I think it's important to refer to Israel's apartheid and unlawful occupation of Palestinian territory. In its landmark finding on the 19th of July 2024, the ICJ determined that Israel's continued presence in the occupied Palestinian territory is unlawful. It has found that Israel's legislation and measures constitute a breach of its obligation to condemn racial segregation and apartheid. The ICJ also determined that Israel is under the obligation to end its unlawful presence in the OPT, to cease immediately all new settlement activities, to evacuate settlers from the OPT, and make reparation to the damage caused to all those concerned in the OPT. Indeed, during the ongoing genocide, Israeli authorities escalated the demolition of Palestinian structures, including EU-funded structures, while expanding the unlawful settlement expansion in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, further making the realization of a two-state solution or any sort of solution a distant dream. While Israeli security forces continued to kill Palestinians with absolute impunity, and facilitating attacks by state-backed settlers against Palestinian civilians, in many cases very directly encouraged by certain ministers. While the International Criminal Court is doing its part, the ICC issued arrest warrants for two Israeli officials. We have seen that the EU has not been doing its part yet. In fact, we found that the EU and EU leaders in particular have really failed to uphold their two key obligations in reference to genocide. The first is the obligation to prevent genocide, and second is obligation not to be complicit in genocide. I will not go over the recommendations to the EU. As I mentioned, they will be discussed in more in depth, but as the time is running, I maybe want to end with two observations. And the first is that in the refusal to uphold their legal and moral obligation to prevent Israel's genocide against Palestinians, several EU leaders have shown willingness to undermine international law, to decimate the post-World War II institutions that were built in the aftermath of this horror, to repress the rights of their citizens to peacefully express their views or to protest against genocide, and ultimately to normalize racism and genocide in European societies. The word for evil in Arabic, it's called shar, and in Arabic it means insufficient, it means incomplete. And I think that failing in human responsibilities like showing sympathy and empathy really makes one incomplete. The principle is simple: Palestinian and Jewish lives are equally sacred. Believing, stating, and acting on this should be easy. Anything less is moral failure, and is pushing us towards ruin. Just want to end on a bit of a different note, because a few days ago it was the commemoration of the Armenian genocide. And an infamous genocider once asked, who after all, who speaks today of the annihilation of the Armenians? To which Palestinian poet Najwan Darwish responded, I remember them, and I ride nightmare bus with them each night, and my coffee is this morning, I'm drinking it with them. But you, murderer, who remembers you? Thank you.
Thank you, Hussein. I'm going to now give the floor to Ahmed Abouful. Ahmed is from Gaza. He's a lawyer, a legal researcher at Al-Haq Europe. He's going to put the genocide in the context of Zionism and within the framework of international law, state responsibility and state complicity. So you've got the floor, Ahmed.
Thank you, and thanks to the organizers for the invitation and for organizing this event. Though I must express my discontent with the formulation of the conference's title, which I will address at the end, it is an honor to address you today on behalf of Al-Haq Europe, a human rights organization based here in Brussels, which is working in close partnership with Palestinian organizations, especially Al-Haq, the oldest Palestinian human rights organization founded in 1979. Today I address you on an issue that demands more clarity, historical honesty, and legal precision. Israel's genocidal acts against the Palestinian people, especially in the Gaza Strip. And I will try my best not to delve deep in the technicalities of the law. First and foremost, to understand the horrors unfolding before our eyes, we must first trace the ideological and historical roots of Zionism itself. The reality it would lay bare before us is one that the Palestinians have been warning of for generations, that Israel's actions are neither incidental nor isolated atrocities, but part of a long-standing genocidal project rooted in Zionism as a racist, settler-colonial, exceptionalist, and expansionist ideology. From its inception in the late 19th century, Zionism, a settler-colonial project rooted in European racial hierarchies, saw the displacement of the Palestinians not as an unfortunate byproduct, but as a necessary and even virtuous act. It conceived Palestine not as a land inhabited by indigenous people, but, as the slogan goes, a land without a people for a people without a land. A mythical erasure that laid the foundation for the genocide and ethnic cleansing and the Nakba. The intent to destroy the Palestinian people as a national group has been foundational to Zionism. Early Zionists left no room for doubt. As early as 1895, Herzl, the father of political Zionism, wrote, "We shall try to spirit the penniless population across the border while denying it any employment." In 1937, Ben-Gurion, Israel's first prime minister, openly declared, "We must expel Arabs and take their places." 1940, Joseph Wetz, head of the Jewish colonization department, was called like that, a key architect of the 1948 Nakba, asserted that the only solution is Palestine without Arabs. This was not fringe rhetoric. It was Zionism's mainstream settler colonial logic, much like that of other colonial projects that viewed indigenous people as an obstacle to be removed. Thus, from its origin, Zionism was imbued with genocidal intent, the intent to destroy in whole or in part the Palestinian people as a political, social, and national entity. I could go on with examples from Begin's description of Palestinians as two-footed beasts to Gallant's description of them as human animals, or Netanyahu's description of wild beasts and predators, Zionists have been consistent in their dehumanization of the Palestinians. This genocidal logic, which drove the ethnic cleansing in 1948 Nakba, persists today, not just in rhetoric, but in policy and action. Indeed, like settler colonialism, genocide is a structure, not merely an event. As a special rapporteur on human rights in the occupied Palestinian territory, Francesca Albanese, asserted in her reports, this genocide is a colonial eraser. Fast forward to today, the machinery set in motion over a century ago has not ceased its operations. It has merely intensified, and the genocidal acts we see in Gaza are only the latest manifestation of this enduring settler colonial genocidal project, one that aims to erase the Palestinian existence from their ancestral land. Under the 1948 Genocide Convention, genocide consists of acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. I will briefly walk through these acts and expose how Israel has systematically committed them long before October 7th and continues to do so today. First, killing of members of the group. Israel's longest in modern history illegal belligerent occupation, especially its repeated military assaults on Gaza, have been marked by mass killing of Palestinian civilians. These killings are the direct and foreseeable result of indiscriminate and disproportionate force, deliberately targeting civilians' infrastructure. As we speak, the skies of Gaza continue to rain fire on families as they sleep. Hospitals, schools, refugee camps, all pulverized into rubble. Tens of thousands killed, not by accident, by design. Second, causing serious bodily or mental harm to the members of the group. In addition to the various forms of bodily harm, the psychological trauma inflicted on Palestinians, especially children in Gaza, who lived through several military assaults, siege, hunger, and constant fear, amounts to the systematic mental harm. Reports document the catastrophic rates of PTSD, depression, and anxiety amongst Palestinian children. The intentional targeting of their psychological resilience is a tool of collective destruction. In Gaza, traumatized children speak not in dreams, but in nightmares. Wounded bodies, mutilated lives, an entire generation scarred before it can even hope. Third, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction, in whole or in part. For over 18 years, Gaza has been subjected to a suffocating military blockade, an open-air prison, as the UN described it. In 2012, the UN issued a report warning that Gaza will be unlivable by 2020. Israel's own government agencies, like the Coordinator of Government Activities in the Territories, so-called COGAT, calculated the calorie intake needed to keep Palestinians in Gaza on the brink of starvation without causing mass death too visibly. A policy that often described as the head right above the water, where you cannot swim to survive or drown to bring attention. Today, famine has already taken place in Gaza amid shameful indifference and inaction. The UN Special Rapporteur on the Right to Food, Professor Michael Fakhri, has characterized Israel's actions as the fastest starvation campaign in modern history, leading to the rapid and widespread hunger of 2.3 million Palestinians. He rightly emphasized that such starvation is not accidental, but the result of a deliberate policies and choices made over decades. As we speak, Israel's medieval blockade tightens, strangling Gaza down to the last ration, to the last heartbeat. Fourth, imposing measures intended to prevent birth within the group. Israel's attack in Gaza health sector, targeting maternity wards, killing pregnant women, and destroying hospitals have effectively decimated reproductive health care. Palestinian women are forced to give birth in horrific conditions, without anesthesia or a sterilized environment, often leading to miscarriages, stillbirths, or maternal deaths. In Gaza genocide, maternity wards have been systematically bombed. Newborns died in incubators, silenced by power cuts. Death, not of a chance, but of a calculated cruelty. Fifth, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. Though less documented and not included in South Africa's case, there are increasing reports and fear that displaced children separated from their families are vulnerable to being taken by Israeli soldiers or lost in the Israeli administrated system, the apparatus of a settler-colonial regime. Overall, the destruction of Gaza's culture and memory, its universities, archives, museums, and places of worship, including some of the oldest mosques and churches in the world, aims to annihilate not just the Palestinian lives, but the Palestinian existence, history, and future as a people. Evidently, the genocide against the Palestinians has not been confined to Gaza alone. It extends to all Palestine, including the West Bank and East Jerusalem. Israel's colonial settlements enterprise, its forced displacement of Palestinians, the increasing frequency of state-sanctioned settler-led pogroms, Israeli leaders openly inciting genocide, with fascist ministers like Ben-Gvir and Smotrich calling for Palestinian towns to be wiped out, and settler militias carrying out these coordinated attacks against Palestinian villages. These actions, again, are not isolated. They are part of the same genocidal campaign unfolding across Palestine. It is critical here to note that Palestinian organizations, including Al-Haq, were among the first to raise the alarm and warn of genocide. As early as 13th October, only a week after this started. They were right, as they were right when they identified Israeli apartheid, the illegality of the occupation, which was later confirmed by the ICJ, the instrumentalization of international humanitarian law to conceal that apartheid, long before mainstream human rights organizations caught up. In their statements on October 13th, and here allow me to quote some of that statement to you, the organization stressed that it is incumbent on the international community to intervene to prevent and impede genocide, citing the ICJ's ruling in the Bosnia versus Serbia case, that a state's obligation to prevent and the corresponding duty to act arise at the instant that the state learns of, or should have normally learned of, the existence of a serious risk that genocide will be committed. From that moment onwards, if a state has available to it means likely to have deterred the effect on those suspected of perpetrating genocide or reasonably suspected of harboring specific intent, it is under a duty to make such use of these means as the circumstances permit. I just leave you with this quote to imagine how states reacted to this situation, how the European Union reacted to this situation, how they failed their legal obligations. The statement further stated that it is incurred if a state manifestly failed to take all measures to prevent genocide which were in its power and which might have contributed to prevent the genocide. They also referred to an earlier warning in 2024 by the United Nations Special Advisor for the Secretary General on the prevention of genocide, warning of a flagrant use of hate speech in social media. All of this was before October 7th. The genocide didn't start on October 7th. This is the culmination of a genocide. This example, why I'm giving it, should remind us of a fundamental truth, that Palestinians are the foremost experts on their reality and the oppression they have endured for decades. Their analysis has consistently proven to be legally and factually sound. Yet, all too often, many hesitate to take Palestinian voices seriously, as if Palestinians inherently lack the expertise or the objectivity to assess their own suffering. This bias is in itself a colonial sentiment, a form of epitomistic dehumanization that denies the Palestinians even the right to narrate or define their own struggle. If we are to uphold the principles of human rights and international law, we must center Palestinian voices. We must listen to their experience, their knowledge, and legal analysis, rather than treat them as secondary or inferior to Western interpretations. Make no mistake, Israel's genocidal acts has a long history, and what we're witnessing now is the culmination of this genocidal campaign. Israeli leaders have been explicit about their genocidal incitement. It's broadcasted not from fringes, but from the very podiums of state powers. And yet, despite the glaring evidence, despite the endless documentation, Israel acts with chilling impunity. Why? Because it's shielded politically, militarily, financially, by those who claim to stand for human rights. Here, we must turn west, especially to Europe. It's only appropriate speaking at the European Parliament. The EU, born from the ashes of genocide and colonialism and the alleged remorse for such cruelty, claims to uphold international law as its moral compass. And yet, when it comes to Palestine, it stands exposed as a craven accomplice. Indeed, this genocide continues, not just because of Israeli policy, but because of international community's persistent failure to uphold its legal obligations, especially under the Genocide Convention. Despite the ICJ's several provisional measures orders, EU states continue to undermine the ICJ, calling the South Africa case unhelpful. Some states are declaring their intent to refuse to cooperate with the ICC arrest warrants, or even welcoming wanted criminals in their territory in the case of Hungary. Some EU states are withholding funding from UNRWA, the lifeline for Palestinian refugees based on Israeli allegations proven to be false, even when the bodies of children rot under the rubble. As we speak, the ICJ advisory opinion hearing on this very topic is taking place in The Hague. The hypocrisy and double standards of Western states, including EU members, could not be more glaring. While they claim to champion human rights and international law in other conflicts, they shield Israel from accountability at every turn. These actions expose a profound legal failure and moral bankruptcy, as it was described. Those governments are not just bystanders to genocide, they're complicit in it. To conclude, and I'll be brief because I know that my time is running up. International law, we must understand, is not a luxury for the powerful. It is the last defense for the oppressed. It is the covenant that binds humanity against the abyss. The selective application of international law is the ultimate mockery of its universality. The warning signs of genocide are not hidden, they are broadcasted live. The acts of genocide are not theoretical, they are documented daily. If we fail to act, if we fail even to name what we're witnessing, then we are all complicit. The time for equivocation has passed. The time for diplomacy while Palestinians are being exterminated has long passed. We must call this horror by its name, a genocide. And in the face of genocide, proclaimed neutrality is complicity, and silence is betrayal. Genocide is not a question of perspective. It is not a question of whether we should call it as such or not, as the title may indicate. It is a crime, and it is happening now. In conclusion, we stand at a grim crossroad. The many reports of UN experts, genocide and Holocaust scholars, human rights organizations, including that of Amnesty and others, all pave the way for the legal findings that will emerge from ongoing proceedings to provide a clear moral and legal imperative that the world must act. There can be no more excuses, no more delays. The genocide against the Palestinians must be stopped, and those responsible must be held accountable. Anything less would be a failure, not just to Palestinians, but to humanity as a whole, and to the promise of never again. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna Gaza again in February and March 2025, so only a few months ago. I don't know if you remember when Al-Nasser hospital was bombed only a few months ago. Tanya was in the hospital when the hospital was bombed. So, yeah, thank you, Tanya. You have the floor. Thanks.
Thank you. I was invited here today to speak about what I witnessed in Gaza. What is left to say? What has been shared before me by my co-panelists here and has been said over and over again for the last year and a half is already so damning and both morally and legally sufficient to merit a response. In the words of my close friend, a surgeon in Gaza, when I asked her what I can share with the world, she said, "I don't know what one can say or write honestly. Last time I was asked this question, I felt like screaming in the face of the whole world and telling them, what are you waiting for? You've seen and heard it all." So nothing I can say today can fully encapsulate the catalog of atrocities that I witnessed last year in Gaza, that I witnessed this year in Gaza. Just in the last 10 days that I was in Gaza, this past time, so only 3 weeks ago, in addition to Israel's vicious break of the ceasefire agreement, killing or maiming 100 children every day, according to UNICEF, we had 76 dead bodies in our ER within 2 hours, or in the morgue of the hospital I was based at early morning on March 18th. In these last 10 days of the time I was in Gaza, the Israeli military also shelled a UN team, killing and maiming members of it, bombed the ICRC offices, directly hit Nasser Hospital, where I was working, with a drone strike, killing 2 patients and injuring others. They completely leveled the only specialty cancer hospital in Gaza. They killed multiple Palestinian journalists, while international journalists are still not allowed in after a year and a half of these crimes, and executed at close range 15 rescue workers, as I'm sure most of you here know, who were desperately trying to rescue the wounded in Rafah, and then subsequently buried them in a mass grave, along with their ambulances and rescue vehicles. What red lines were not crossed in only those 10 days? I'm asking you, at this point, what is left to say? Each of these incidents on its own should have been enough. And if committed on another population, probably would have been enough. My question for you is, why wasn't it? Each one of the people I met in Gaza, each one of the children that I treated, has been on the receiving end of these crimes for a year and a half. Indiscriminate killing, maiming, unlawful detention and torture, forcible transfer, forced starvation, deprivation of education, deprivation of access to clean water and sanitation. What do I tell the patients I saw in Gaza who were the victims of these atrocities and European complicity in them? What do I tell Amina, a 5-year-old with severe burns who lay in the intensive care unit bed, staring at the wall without crying in pain or asking for anything? She, like so many children we treated in Gaza, have witnessed the most horrific crimes perpetrated against them continuously for a year and a half and with full impunity. What do we tell all the children of Gaza about why we let this happen, and for some, why they even enabled it? Or 7-month-old Aline, who was born into this genocide as her family struggled to protect her, only to be bombed, subsequently trapped under the rubble meters away from her home, extracted by a family member when he heard her crying. Aline's eyelashes and hair was singed. Her skin reeked of the weapons provided and funded by Western nations as she clung on to my clothes in the ICU. Aline's mother, father, Aline's mother, father, and 5-year-old sister were all killed. She's the sole survivor of her family, orphaned at the age of 7 months. What are we going to tell Aline if she survives this? I promised myself yet again that I wouldn't cry. I'm clearly not very good at this. Or 5-year-old Muhammad with a penetrating injury to his head, likely a gunshot, who died in the ER when there were no beds in the ICU. He had no surviving family to retrieve his body and was taken to the morgue by the medical team. Do we wash our hands of accountability because his entire family was exterminated, leaving no one to be accountable to? What do we tell 13-year-old Amir, who sustained severe neck trauma after his home was bombed and kept calling for his sister, who he didn't recognize was the girl in the bed next to him because she'd been burned beyond recognition? I tell Amir's story often because I thought about what I would do if I were in Amir's place that day in the ER before he knew that the rest of his family had died. A day later, when he learned this, he whispered to me, "I wish I died with them. Everyone I love is in heaven. I don't want to be here anymore." What do we tell Amir? What do we tell Zakaria's mother, who survived for months on cooked foraged leaves, refusing to eat her ration of bread, made with ground bird feed, so that her 4-year-old son, who was also malnourished, could eat it as Israel destroyed Gaza's agricultural land and blocked food aid at its border, starving an entire population? What do we tell Zakaria's mother? What do we tell my good friend, Mu'tasim, a young healthcare worker whose mother, sister, nephews, and nieces were all violently killed a year ago? And now, 15 months after the ICJ ruled plausible genocide, and Israel unilaterally broke the ceasefire, raining hell on Gaza, starting March 18th, killed Mu'tasim's father and brother, paralyzed his only remaining sister. What do we tell him about why provisional measures meant to protect people like his family were just met with accelerated, indiscriminate killing? I asked a few of my colleagues in Gaza what they wanted me to share with the European Parliament today. These are some of their messages. We are in a killing field, not only because of the impact of bombing. We are really waiting in our spots in a killing line. This was an ICU doctor colleague of mine. An ER nurse told me, "Tell them, doctor, we don't have any path left except the path to death, the path of relief and escape from this lying, unjust world." Why is it that only the people of Gaza and Palestine are destined to resist this injustice alone and to resist the occupation that the entire world supports? Why is it that we are destined every day to lose a mother, a brother, a sister, and a friend? Why is it that I'm destined to die and even want death because I'm afraid of losing parts of my body or being disfigured by the bombing, or being lost, or being left trapped under the rubble, or even having them not find my dead body? Or even worse than all of that, to lose your family or even all of your loved ones in one day and then you're left alone. You can't imagine the bitterness of that loss. I don't want my voice to be heard. I don't want to bother them with talk of Gaza and its story. I just want anyone to speak out against this injustice, but not only with words, with their own hands and actions. An anesthetist said, "Did the people really see the charred bodies of children? I just don't understand." That was his only message to you. Pharmacist colleague said, "We are people, not just numbers. We're living in unimaginable suffering that worsens every day. I recently lost faith in anyone that claims to be taking action. We need real action, not just words. There is no accountability. All the international laws they claim to champion have been violated in Gaza, and nobody does anything. What do we tell these healthcare workers? The fate of each of the hospitals where they work across Gaza Strip should have been enough. They should have been the red line, and yet all 36 of the hospitals were not enough. Do you remember the Al Nasser Pediatric Hospital where infant bodies laid connected to the ventilators as they decomposed in the ICU after the Israeli military forced the medical staff to evacuate, telling them that the children the patients in the ICU would be evacuated safely? I worked at Nasser Hospital and visited its remains just last month. That hospital where those babies' bodies were decomposing is flattened now by the Israeli military. Or its neighboring Rantisi Pediatric Subspecialty Hospital, where I also worked before. Rantisi Hospital cared for Gaza's sickest children. It was forcibly evacuated and used as a base for the Israeli military, where they intentionally destroyed life-saving equipment. I saw machinery with the motherboards, medical equipment with the motherboards shot at, clearly intending that these life-saving equipment are never used again. Or Al-Shifa Hospital, a hospital many of you are probably familiar with, the center of Gaza's healthcare system that was attacked initially in November 2023 in the shadow of disinformation, causing international outcry. And yet, when attacked again in March 2024, destroying and burning it, it barely received any attention. The Israeli military destroyed all but the maternity building. All equipment and medical supplies were burned. We walked through its rubble when I was there last month, including 3 mass graves that were told some 170 bodies were recovered from, some unidentified. We saw mounds of charred IV lines, dialysis equipment, patient beds, and wheelchairs hanging out of blown-out walls. Everything used to heal in a hospital whose name, Al-Shifa, means healing, was destroyed. I could go on and on about the Indonesian hospital, about Kamal Adwan Hospital, about Al-Emirati Hospital, Al-Auda Hospital, Al-Nasser Hospital, Al-Aqsa Hospital, Al-Ahli Baptist Hospital, bombed just 3 weeks ago. Al-Durra Pediatric Hospital, bombed just 4 days ago after the team tried to set up another intensive care unit there. There are no remaining pediatric intensive care units for the population in Gaza City and the north of Gaza. The organization I went to Gaza with, Medical Aid for Palestinians, helped set up a small ICU in a non-governmental hospital that didn't have an ICU before. There are 6 pediatric intensive care beds. There were no neonatal intensive care beds left for Gaza City and the north of Gaza when I was there. They set up 6 neonatal intensive care beds in that same small non-governmental hospital. So all 12 beds, PICU and NICU, have a total of 5 ventilators. 5 ventilators for over 1 million people. There are 30 ventilators sitting at the Gaza border, or in Israel, prohibited from entering Gaza. These are 30 ventilators, UNICEF ventilators, prohibited from entering Gaza. I was told just last night by one of my colleagues from UNICEF, who's currently in Gaza, that 24 newborns died in March alone because of this blockade of essential medical equipment. Unlike the first and second hospitals bombed in 2023, not even an attempted justification was required to ensure the impunity of attacks on most of Gaza's 36 hospitals. Impunity of attacks on over 140 ambulances that were destroyed in Gaza, and the over 1,400 doctors, nurses, paramedics, and other healthcare workers that have been killed in Gaza. The hundreds of healthcare workers that have been detained unlawfully and tortured in Israeli prisons. Killing healthcare workers, bombing and destroying hospitals and ambulances has become an internationally accepted and tolerated norm. What do we tell my colleagues about why we clap and bang pots applauding our healthcare workers heroically during the COVID pandemic, Will we tolerate the intentional targeting and massacre of Palestinian healthcare workers who courageously continue to provide care for their patients in the midst of genocide? What will we tell future generations about what Europe was doing when we watched as 100 children were maimed or killed every single day? As we watched as their dismembered bodies were desperately streamed by courageous Palestinian journalists when international witnesses were barred? As we watched them burn alive, including the nephews and nieces of one of my colleagues and friends in Gaza? As we saw the most live-streamed genocide in modern history be met with silence, empty words, or worse, enabling? Western governments at most express deep concern without stopping to supply Israel with the technology, intelligence, and weapons to continue this war. Do we tell future generations that Western societies gave permission to exterminate the Palestinian people? I came here today with a very small and frankly naive hope that maybe something we share with you might move this Parliament to action. And if not, at the very least, I came here today to share what we witnessed in this building so that no one here can say that they didn't know, only that they knew and they didn't do anything. I know that by virtue of being here today, many of you are already convinced of the need to act. It's not too late for many, but it's not too late for the rest. So I urge you, I implore you, no more words, please act.
Thanks, Tanya. Thank you. So we have about 20 minutes for questions. If you have any question, you have a mic, I guess, somewhere in front of you. We would very much welcome. I know how we all are very emotional after hearing what we've heard, but we are. I'm asking you if you can stick to questions and not like long political statements. It'll be amazing. So if you know who you addressing your question to, please tell us in advance. And if you want to introduce yourself, you also can. So yeah, we have about 20 minutes, and we'll start with
Thank you very much. My name is Sami Ashur. I'm from Gaza. I'm born in Santiago de Compostela in Spain.
And I live in Santiago de Compostela, Spain. I would like to thank all the speakers, and I would like to simply comment by saying that what Tanya has just said and what Iman said before are testimonies that were summarized in 15 minutes in each case, and they really represent what we experience every day, every minute. The stories of Amina, Zacharias, that Tanya mentioned are the stories that we know. The Nasser Hospital, well, I was born there, and I know it very well, and the Shifa Hospital, my daughter was born there. She is here on my side, and we know it very well. We know that Israel is killing for no reason. And what hurts the most, being here in the European Parliament, is silence. And the participation of Europe to this genocide, well, Europe will not be saved from being accountable for this genocide. Europe will continue to take this guilt for centuries. We Palestinians, we will not forgive Europe for being complacent with that. And being here in the European Parliament, we keep waiting, we keep hoping for an answer. Listen to what those two witnesses said. They've been there, they have worked in Gaza. In Spain, we say, there's a saying that goes, you are only blind when you don't want to see, and Europe and the European Parliament don't want to see. One last thing I would like to mention is the issue that we currently have with Israeli people and Zionism, generally speaking, using religion, is that they feel they are superior to others. And the most important issue is exactly this one. And Europeans should be scared by that. And non-Europeans should be scared by that. They feel superior. They feel as a race chosen by God. I don't know if they have a different God from the God I know, but God has never said this. Never. The issue is, so it seems, that everyone fears them except the Palestinians. We Palestinians, we don't want to be heroes, but we don't even want to be victims. We want to be normal, ordinary people. We want to be an ordinary population. We want to enjoy the basic rights that Europeans enjoy and have, no more, no less. Up with Palestine. Palestine will win. Thank you.
There is one question at the back, and then I'll come to you. Yeah.
No. Ahora, sí. Comme juive de Auschwitz.
Well, I am part of a family that was deported to Auschwitz. I'm Hebrew, and I have no doubt we are in front of a genocide. But I'm certain that most European countries know very well that this is genocide. But we should ask ourselves, what are the interests at the foundation of the fact that people don't want to recognize this, that every day people are only talking about Ukraine, and that people are never trying to defend Palestine? So we should question this, we should wonder about this. Why is Europe ready to totally destroy humanitarian rights, which has been enacted after Second World War? So why don't they want to recognize this colonization? Because we are facing colonization in Israel, and we are facing apartheid and genocide. And every day in many countries in Europe in recent days, they've been talking about and commemorating and remembering the deaths of the Jews in Auschwitz. Why don't people recognize this never again for the Palestinians? We are accountable for what is happening, and we must get organized so that our countries can act. Thank you.
J'ai une question ici, j'en avais une aussi.
So there's a question here, and there's another one there. So you have the floor.
The question is, how is the Palestinian in Gaza are perceiving the EU? How are they thinking about them? What their thoughts inside Gaza with the lack of measures, the lack of actually being in line with their obligation with the international law? And we know that every Palestinian is an expert in international law, from the child till the very elderly. So how the Palestinian in Gaza are talking about the EU values, the EU norms? We would like to hear.
I can't speak for all Palestinians in Gaza, but I can tell you, for example, my colleagues, they're very mature, and they understand that the governments don't always represent the people. And they see you out on the streets. So I just want to say for the people who've been protesting, who've been risking a lot, I know, to show their solidarity to the Palestinian people. It matters, and they see you. So please keep doing it. I think they recognize the corruption and the racism of governments. They recognize the economic interests. Yeah, I think it falls down to that. Several told me they felt like they weren't seen as people, or their humanity wasn't seen. But I think they distinguish between politics and people.
Moi, je vais vous raconter très brièvement une petite anecdote encore.
Well, I would like to tell you a short story, very briefly. 3 days before I came back to France, a friend got in touch with me and told me that the list of our names was reported in the press with the date and time of our return. So I called my NGO and I was very upset, and I told them, would they know that I went to Gaza to treat the Palestinians and I'm opening a center? I don't know. But the NGO told me, no, don't worry, we'll find a solution. And then I told this very thing, and it was really a shame. I talked about it with the Palestinians, and I told them, you see what's happening now? They are coming to interview me, and they were really shocked. They told me, Iman, but are you going back home, and are you not saying anything? We are Palestinians. Maybe you're French. It's different for you. And they saw me as a French person. They don't, because of my origin, I was a French, and that went there. So like France sending people to Palestine. And they asked me, are you not going to say anything about it? Maybe if you speak, this will change things. So I changed my opinion. I changed my stance. I don't know if I'm answering your question, but I would like to tell you about the mindset. And this is what is actually happening. They see the images. And I was scared. I was scared when I was leaving. As I said, I had a bag. I tucked it under my clothes so I could escape if it was necessary. And I wasn't shooting images. And they told me, look what's happening in Paris, in London. So they know that people are with them, are to their side.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was waiting.
One second. Ahmed wants to say something.
Okay.
As well. Yeah.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Just briefly on the 3 points raised. The first remark on political, not religious. Yes, of course. And the interesting part here, this is, of course, not a religious conflict. It's a political one. It's a settler-colonial project. It's about land without the people. And the very interesting part is Zionism uses religion to justify a settler-colonial project, while its founding fathers were not believers themselves. So it's like a nation or an ideology basically established by atheists claiming that God promised them a land. So the fallacy of the instrumentalization of religion is very clear. And one must not forget that the biggest opposition against Zionism when it first emerged, it was Jewish. It was not Palestinian. It was Jewish because Palestine was not the first choice. They were offered other places. They considered Argentina, they considered Uganda. When they came to us as colonizers, of course, we were opposing them. If any other nation or any other group came to colonize us, we would have also opposed them as Palestinians. So yes, it is not a religious conflict. And in all honesty, what I learned from my Jewish friends, that Zionism is not only harmful to Palestinians, but also to Jews. It's actually one of the amplifiers of anti-Semitism in our day. And that is something I'm grateful for my Jewish friends to learn, how Zionism, in fact, promotes or encourages in several ways anti-Semitism. Maybe it's not a coincidence that Netanyahu's best friends are anti-Semite, whether Republicans and evangelicals in the US or urban in Hungary and many others. So clearly Israel has no problem with anti-Semitism as long as you support its settler-colonial project. These are facts. On the second remarks in the EU and why we commemorate and not commemorate, I would like to bring your attention to a fact that after World War II, Jews were actually banned from entering the UK and the US. That's after the Holocaust. So it's important to understand also the political elite in Europe at that time was not less anti-Semitic. As a matter of fact, part of the support for Zionism was motivated by anti-Semitism, by the fact that, okay, I'm somewhere else. I'm just being blunt here. These are historical facts. The anti-Semites are the ones who sent ships full of Jews who escaped persecution across the Atlantic to go back to Palestine and did not allow them in the New York harbor. These are the anti-Semites. And Europe's history is full of anti-Semitism. The Jewish people have always lived in peace and harmony in the Middle East. Anti-Semitism is an European problem, and it's an European attitude historically to externalize their problems and throw it somewhere else, also always wanting a scapegoat. Before it was the Jews, now the right would say is the immigrants and people like me living in Europe, etc. So there is a pattern in the way Europe deals with these things. So whether Ukraine or not Ukraine, personally, and that's something I learned from my Ukrainian friends working in international justice, they also understand that European support for Ukraine is also politically motivated. So the moment that it's politically coasting, they will not care about Ukraine. I mean, just look at what the US is doing now. So that's politics. It's never really about the people who are suffering. The last remark on Palestinians, and I would like to say this as a Palestinian who lived in Gaza, who was one of these kids who survived these wars. I lived there up until 2016, so I received my education there, had 2 lives basically, also living here, learning about Europe, studying here. I can't speak of all Palestinians. Of course, we come in all shapes and colors, and we are for real opinionated people, but it's important to understand that Palestinians should not be reduced to mere victims, nor their suffering should be, or their resilience should be romanticized. They're not victims, and they're not created there just to suffer and be resilient. They're also normal human beings who want to live and see their grandchildren prosper and celebrate life like any other people around the world. So how do they think about the EU? I tell you about me and my own circles, basically. We will never forgive or forget the EU complicity, and once Palestine is free from the river to the sea, and European leaders, like now they go to Israel to Holocaust memorials, we will take them to both Holocaust memorials and Gaza memorials and tell them history will never be kind to you. You did the same mistake. You were never genuine about the promise of never again. Thank you.
Before I take other questions, Hussein also wants to make a point. And before you start, Hussein, there's 3 questions that I need to take. Actually, 1, 2, 3. Okay, and maybe 4, and khalas. Then we go for tea.
No, maybe I mean, I'm not going to add to what Palestinians are looking or how they are seeing the EU. I think colleagues on the panel have made that very clear, but maybe to a wider point, which is how do people that we work with across the Arab world have been perceiving the EU more broadly. I mean, I think there has been a growing, let's say, lack of trust towards the EU over the last few years for lots of reasons, be it migration, be it other issues. But I think after the genocide in Gaza in particular, one of the things that is very evident is level of dismay among the small populations that genuinely used to share the values of the EU. So the small or still growing group that had or looked up to the EU and European states as a potential ally in their quest for democracy, for international law, for human rights, is shrinking. I think the language being pushed by governments across the Arab world that human rights is just this double talk, it's just being used to extract let's say benefits from Arab governments, has been pushed strongly by these governments, also by EU rivals like Russia as well. So I think that, and maybe to quote someone that I remember, she's Tunisian, but I remember she studied in the EU, and she was a very firm believer of the EU as a future or as a potential model that should be followed in the future. And I think the word she used to describe was that she feels betrayed, and that for her, all talk of international law is buried under a mountain or a pile of rubble and the bodies in Gaza.
Thanks, Hussein. So I have five. So I will start with you, sir, and then I'll come to you. So, sorry, can you please try to make it quite short because we're running out of time. Thank you.
Merci. Ça sera juste une question pour Monsieur Baoumi ou Monsieur Abou.
Well, thank you very much. I have a brief question, a legal question, juridical question. Generally speaking, United States, as far as I am concerned, have been responsible for years for what has brought to this genocide. All the UN resolutions, as a matter of fact, have never been followed. So I'm wondering if the International Criminal Court shouldn't blame Biden because he's the actual author of this genocide, because in just a few days, Israel had weapons available. So maybe we should blame Biden?
You got the question, right?
Yeah. If I understood correctly, it's about the U.S.'s responsibility and whether Biden is to blame.
Should be indicted.
Should be indicted. Yeah, that's theoretically it is possible for aiding and abetting genocide, so for sending weapons, and that's exactly the case that Palestinian Human Rights Organization took at the U.S. against Biden, Blinken, Secretary of State, and Austin, Secretary of Defense, to which I personally testified in court. So legally, yes. Whether that would happen, I think that's a question you can direct to the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. Thank you.
I mean, not much to add, really. I mean, I think legally, if you could ask the question of whether, I mean, not just I think the president of the U.S. I mean, quite a lot of large number of leaders, but also officials, not necessarily leaders of state leaders, but actually quite a large number of people could theoretically be asked what or if they have been complicit in crimes against humanity. Again, not just genocide, but a wide range of crimes against humanity and war crimes. Now, whether the court will do that, whether the prosecutor will do such an investigation, I mean, I think Ahmed said we should ask the prosecutor, but I think we also live in a political reality where we have seen how states even refuse to hold Israeli officials, again, not talking even about Israeli Prime Minister or the former Minister of Defense, but states have the power, several states have universal jurisdiction, and they can go after a large number of Israeli soldiers. I'm not even talking about, the former president of the US. We all know how unrealistic such ask is, but there are so many actions that can be taken by states. International law, even national laws of a number of countries allows them to go after a large number of officials. France has a warrant against former Syrian leader Assad when he was still in power. So, there are even actions that can be taken theoretically also, like including sanctions. I'm not even talking about going to courts or even implementing the ICJ advisory opinion. So there is a large number of actions that state could take. And I think we are not seeing movement there at all. And I think that is, it's really shameful that even this relatively small and doable actions are not happening.
Thanks. So I'm going to take actually the last 4 questions in one go, and then we'll answer. So I will start with you. Thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes.
So good afternoon.
En representación de la asociación.
My name is Angela Gipigny. I am from the Galicia for Palestine Association, and my question is, well, first I would like to say that I listened to people who apologized for crying, but I believe that crying is a very human emotion. It's just like laughter. So we are happy that we are still human, and I understand that the purpose of these days is to try and define whether we can put together legal evidence and testimonies to prove that this is genocide. I guess that most of us, or all of us, we have a clear opinion in our mind. As to my question, regarding the Gaza issue, I would like to ask a question to Ahmed Abouful. We were talking about the work of organizations in Palestine before the genocide. Now there is an occupation of Palestine. And I would like to ask, the constant attack against humanitarian organizations of all types in Palestine, or arresting workers, or interrupting aid coming from the European Union, and the European Union is not holding accountable those who interrupted that. Maybe it's a very specific question. I don't know if you can answer that, but how many organizations in recent years were obliged to interrupt their activity because of those attacks, arrests, cuts, suspensions? And what is the current situation in Palestine? The situation of NGOs and all organizations giving social aid.
Bonjour à tous. Moi, j'ai une question pour...
So good afternoon, everyone. I have a question for Hussein regarding repression. My name is Anastasie, and I am the speaker of a political organization in France, which is called Permanent Revolution. My question is about repression. It's incredible for me to be in the European Parliament today, because I was accused of supporting terror and terrorism following a tweet that I shared on the 7th of October. And the tweet stated that the European Union agreed with Israel. And I was accused of supporting terrorism. So my question is for Hussein. The state of Israel.
Ce sniper-là, elle se transforme par des accusations, des dossiers qui sont portés devant les procureurs de pays notamment importants, la France et l'Allemagne. Quand on parle de l'Union européenne, on parle de la France et l'Allemagne. Et la France et l'Allemagne jouent un rôle déterminant dans la complicité de ce génocide-là. C'est-à-dire qu'il y a une poursuite de nombreux militants. Je pense notamment à notre grande sœur Mariam Aboudaka, qui a quand même fini en centre de rétention pour avoir simplement eu le malheur de participer à un colloque. Je me suis dit en vous écoutant, et je trouve merveilleux, vraiment, on s'est retenus toutes et tous, je pense, de pleurer. Je me suis dit à quel point ce que vous disiez était impossible d'être dit en France. Dans le pays des Lumières, dans le pays de la liberté d'expression, il n'est pas possible de tenir peut-être la moitié du discours que vous avez eu. Donc, qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire concrètement vis-à-vis de cette atteinte aux droits et aux libertés démocratiques les plus fondamentales que de pouvoir ne serait-ce que dénoncer un génocide? Parce que le problème, c'est pas qu'on ne sait pas quoi faire, c'est qu'on sait quoi faire, mais il y a une...
report this is genocide. The issue is not that we don't know what we can do. We know what we can do, but there's so much repression. There's so much use from police and justice so that we cannot support the Palestinian people, preventing us from supporting the Palestinian people. I'm not the only one. There are MPs and people everywhere in the world. What can we do internationally and in Europe to fight against this repression of democratic voices? Thank you very much, Agnes. You have the floor.
Allora, intanto...
So, first of all, I would like to introduce myself. I work for cooperation in one of the many NGOs that were active and are active in the Gaza Strip. I'm here together with an Italian delegation. And I don't have a direct question because for more than 20 years I've been working in the Gaza Strip, and I'm still working. Well, at the moment I cannot go back to Gaza Strip, as many of you reported, as many doctors working there who can no longer go back. I simply wanted to launch an appeal regarding this situation that, in my opinion, can be very useful. And I'm building on the requests of those who have worked under this genocide and are witnessing what is happening. My appeal is for an international march and rally. Maybe some of you are aware of that. So my appeal is for an international rally towards Gaza to get to Rafah and try and put an end to the bombings and genocide, and at least forcing them to let humanitarian aid in to help the population. This is an appeal. This is coming from very many French doctors. Maybe you're aware of that already. But we will give more precise information. But my appeal is for that. It's a call. It's a call for the civil population, for the entire civil society, because political diplomacy has not led to any actual result. So my appeal is for a march to Gaza, in Gaza, to get in and stop what is happening at the moment. That was it. It's not a question. It's an appeal. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Grazie mille. And the last question was you. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Maria Zacharia. I am MEP from Greece. We, as members of the European Parliament, who refuse to stand silent in the face of the ongoing genocide against the Palestinian people, must take action. We must lead, not from afar, but on the ground, a caravan of peace toward Gaza to bring the world's full attention to this crime against humanity. The greater our numbers, the louder our cry for justice with echo across the globe. Peace now. Our demands are clear. Full recognition of a sovereign Palestinian state with territorial integrity based on the 1967 borders and East Jerusalem as its rightful capital. Accountability. The state of Israel must be held responsible for the destruction it has wrought and must finance the reconstruction of all Palestinian infrastructure it has obliterated and compensation for the victims and their families. We can and we must be the voice that breaks through the silence. The time for action is now. I know it's dangerous, my proposal, but is there any way to calm this caravan of peace in Gaza? Thank you.
Fralistopoli. So we have from stop actually their work on Gaza because of various attacks. So maybe you want to start with this, and then I'll go to Hussein.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for your question. Yes. So Israel has been even before this, trying to, in a way, blackmail humanitarian organizations operating in Palestine with access. As the occupying power, Israel has a responsibility to allow humanitarian aid, has the responsibility to allow organizations to operate in the occupied Palestinian territories, including UN agencies. And the current proceeding at the ICJ in The Hague today is exactly about that in relation to UNRWA and the shutting down of UNRWA unlawfully. But more on the civil society side, even humanitarian organizations that are working, providing services in Palestine, are often blackmailed with access. And that's why, like, they can't take certain positions because Israel will not allow them in. So this is also give you an indication that before 7th of October, Israel has been using humanitarian aid as a bargaining chip in different contexts. In other civil society organizations, so for example, human rights organizations, some have been shut down, including Al-Haq. Al-Haq offices were shut down in Ramallah. As a matter of fact, at that time I was with Al-Haq Ramallah. My colleagues arrived to the scene, and the people had just opened the office, and we resumed our work by order of the Palestinian people. We just ignored it. Israel has designated 6 Palestinian human rights organizations as "quote-unquote" terrorists because of their work, which is often the pretext Israel is using with everything. So for Israel, you know, even human rights work is "quote-unquote" terrorism. Diplomatic work, they called it diplomatic terror. Humanitarian aid, they would also tell you that it's being used for the same reason. So yeah, Israel has been preventing humanitarian aid, but not to the extent that we have now. In Gaza now, it's a complete blockade. The shutting down of UNRWA, the closing of its offices in East Jerusalem and the West Bank, is a flagrant violation of Israel's responsibilities as an occupying power. Israel doesn't have sovereignty over the occupied Palestinian territory. It's merely, as a matter of law, an administrator. So it has an obligation to allow humanitarian aid. It has an obligation to allow UN agencies to operate in Palestine. So there is no question about the illegality of Israel's actions. Some human rights defenders have been arrested. Israel has used Pegasus spyware in some of Al-Haq staff and other human rights organizations. I know Sahar Francis from Damir is here. Her colleague Saleh was even deported from East Jerusalem to France. He's dual national because of his Saleh Hamoudi, because of his human rights work. So Israel has committed every possible violation against civil society, humanitarian organizations, and even human rights organizations. That's my answer to this question. If I may, like briefly on the question on, I know it's not directed to me, but just a comment on freedom of expression. I think that's also something to reflect on. What's going on in Gaza is showing us that we shouldn't take what we have been told here in Europe is a democracy for granted. It seems that you are free here and you have freedom of expression as long as the government likes your opinions. If you say something they don't like, then we see what they do, even like banning kufiya or Palestinian flags. So I think in a way we owe the Palestinians a lot, and maybe we'll understand this in the future, that the Palestinians were not fighting for their liberation only. They were fighting for all of us. And as a matter of fact, they were spearheading this domination formula and showing us that we don't live in a post-colonial world. We live in a neo-colonial and an imperial one. And if we allow it to happen in Gaza, it is very regrettable to tell you that the future will be dystopian. The dystopian future that you see in Gaza, those drones and control of every aspect of the Palestinian people, is not going to be only in Gaza. So if we allow it to happen, if we don't stand for Gaza, which will be standing for ourselves and our shared humanity, I think there is a dystopian Orwellian future awaits us all, and Europe is not immune from it. Thank you.
So, thank you, Ahmed. Hussein, so there was this question from Anas, who is facing criminalization because of his solidarity with Palestine. He was wondering, because it's happening all over Europe and the world, he was wondering what can we do, what can organizations like Amnesty do. And if I may, if you can try to respond quite quickly, this way we can have 15 minutes for break. Thanks.
Okay, sure. No, first of all, I'm sorry to hear that you are going through this. I know that it's not an easy experience, and it's definitely, injustice is not a nice feeling. And I think for a lot of people, it also becomes much harder when you have expectations from the state, right? I myself am Egyptian, right? And so, when it happens, you don't have very high expectations that you would not be repressed, basically. So, look, it is an issue that we have been documenting across Europe, the criminalization of solidarity with Palestinians, but also the crackdown on critics of government's policy, right? And I think across Europe, the worst offenders we have been seeing so far has been Germany, France, UK. And it's also, in the case of one of the things that you observe, not just in the context of Palestine, but even beyond. I work on the MENA region, and it's the same really everywhere, right? You see how whenever you see popular opposition to a certain policy, you see more and more repression being deployed to silence it, right? Now, in the case of Palestine, the two main rhetoric or discourses being used are one of counterterrorism. Anyone who supports Palestine is Hamas, is a terrorist, and so on. And the second one is anti-Semitism, right? And both how those two terms or how those two discourses came to existence or to dominate the discourse so much has a long history also with how Israel and the Israeli authorities has been working towards this. It's a very long discussion, so I won't get in because of time. But what can we do about this? Look, I think, again, documentation of these violations is extremely important, whether it is judicial harassment of individuals, arrests, bans on protests, the academic sanctions, the censorship over social media. It's something that we have been observing quite extensively across Europe. There are several avenues to challenge this. The first one is the judicial one, which I think we have seen some success more or less across Europe. So several courts have ruled that saying from the river to the sea is not illegal. But also it's becoming more difficult, right? Because one of the tools that you see also to make a legal challenge more difficult is something called the International Holocaust Remembrance Association definition of anti-Semitism, when there is a push to normalize this through education and judicial systems, which is presenting a challenge. I think the second one is solidarity, really, is extremely important with people facing these issues. I think also we need to see this moving, or we need to see this issue moving to the European Parliament. We need to see this issue being taken upon by national parliaments. I think, again, in some countries where the political consensus is very much supportive of this crackdown, as in Germany, it's very important to see the European Parliament playing a role with that regard. I think education is very important. Also, human rights education and talking about this issue and describing these issues is extremely important. And I think it also trying to really put a mirror to Europe to see what it's doing. I went to a protest, I was documenting a protest in Berlin one time, and the only thing I could remember or think of during the violence and being deployed against protesters is that it felt I was in Cairo, 2010. And I think it's really important because I think a lot of Europeans are not really aware of what's happening. And they only hear the end story, right? Like someone accused of terrorism, someone accused of anti-Semitism. And so I think this element is very important, and it is really vital that this is approached from a European perspective, not just an individual member state perspective.
Thank you, Hussein. So this is the end, of the first panel. I will ask you to be back by 20 to 4 at the latest. So and not to stay around the coffee machine for too long, because there's a lot of people who want to get coffee and drinks. I want to say the next panel will be on genocidal intent, and I want us to thank again Hussein, Iman, Tanya, and Ahmed. Thank you. Je sais pas si on m'entend là ou pas. Ouais. Ladies and gentlemen. On m'entend ou pas? On m'entend pas là quand je parle, si? Pourtant je parle. Non, ben. Et là, là ça sort. Ladies and gentlemen.
Hello everyone. Est-ce qu'on m'entend? Yeah. Hello everyone, we will start again. You can still get a coffee or a tea, but please go seat it. Okay. Bonjour et bienvenue à tous et à toutes. Je vais parler en français.
So good afternoon and welcome everyone. I'm going to speak French. My name is Fanny Paulet and I'm the head of the Prima Salud NGO with partners in Palestine, Congo and the Philippines. And we fight with them for the right to health internationally. I am honored to chair this panel discussion that will be partly with speakers partly here and partly connected. We have 4 speakers this afternoon. And this afternoon, we are going to talk about the genocidal intent of Israel. On the 25th of January 2024, the International Court of Justice issued an historical procedure in the case of South Africa against Israel, saying there's a plausible risk that genocidal acts are perpetrated against Palestinians in Gaza. With these terms, concluded the court, considering the current circumstances, some rights mentioned by South Africa are plausible, and stated that the state will take all possible decisions to prevent any act that goes against the Convention on Genocide. This is very important from a democratic viewpoint, but it legitimates the accusation according to which Israel may have some genocidal intent, that is, the intention to destroy totally or partially a national ethnic group, a race, or a religious group as such. And it is this intent which is the foundation of the genocidal crime that we would like to further explore. We're not simply talking about the violations of international and humanitarian law, but we are clearly talking about an annihilation project. The explicit statements regarding the cancellation of Gaza must be analyzed through the genocidal intent. Russ Segal is connected via Zoom, and he will talk about Jewish supremacy and Holocaust weaponization in Israel's settler colonial genocide in Gaza. Olivier Courtin will talk about the qualification of genocide. Omar Schatz will talk about the incitement to genocide, which is a crime recognized by the International Criminal Court. And Nora Ekat will talk about the colonial nature of the Gaza genocide. Russ Segal, a very brief introduction. Russ Segal is an Israeli-American historian and scholar specializing in Holocaust and genocide studies. He is an associate professor of Holocaust and genocide studies at the Stockton University, where he has also served as the director of Master of Arts in Holocaust and genocide studies. He is known for his critical approach to the study of mass violence. He is the first academic to launch an alert in 2023 about the genocidal nature of Israel attack in Gaza for the supremacy. And you have the floor, Mr. Segal.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Good afternoon to everyone in Brussels. Thank you so much to the members of the European Parliament and to all the other people who organized this and invited me to join this important discussion. Just before I start, is there a way that I can show my PowerPoint? I think I sent it and there was some misunderstanding, but if not, I'll just launch right into it without the PowerPoint. But if there's a way... Okay, I'll just...
Yeah, the PowerPoint will come, obviously. You can start, maybe.
Okay, I'll begin. Last October, Israeli Jewish settlers and their supporters gathered right outside of the Gaza Strip in a closed military zone for an event titled Preparing to Settle Gaza. The event included Israeli Knesset, parliament members, and government ministers. They discussed their vision of the complete expulsion of Palestinians from northern Gaza and the building of a new Israeli Jewish city on the ruins of Gaza City. Meanwhile, the Israeli army was moving forward in the brutal implementation of the quote-unquote general's plan, that is, the intensified total siege on northern Gaza, accompanied by an attack by Israeli forces that have killed, on average, more than 100 Palestinians a day in its first month then of that intensified total siege, that is back in last fall, also forcing thousands upon thousands of Palestinians to move south. This is precisely what Israeli Knesset members for the ruling Likud party, Ariel Kalner, called for already on 7th of October 2023 on social media. And he said the following, I don't know if the PowerPoint is there already.
No, but he's coming. Yes, in direct.
Oh, okay, great. So if you can turn, thank you so much. So if you can turn to the next slide. Yes, and another one, just so we see the text. Great. So this is precisely what Israeli Knesset member for the ruling Likud party, Ariel Kalner, called for already on 7th of October 2023 on social media, when he said, Nakba to the enemy now, Nakba that will overshadow the Nakba of 1948. If you can, another one on the PowerPoint, please. Israeli cabinet minister Avi Dichtel appeared on Israeli TV 2 months later on 11th of November to describe this, quote, second Nakba as, quote unquote, the Gaza Nakba. Another one, please. As this example shows, this photo from Gaza, Israeli soldiers and officers on the ground leave us no doubt that they understand perfectly well the destructive goals of the Israeli government in its attack on Gaza. Now, this marks a shift from Nakba denial as a structural element in Israel and the West since the 1948 Nakba to a discourse that admits the Nakba as an ongoing process. It calls for a second Nakba, for a Gaza Nakba. Now, perpetrators of state violence rarely move from denial to recognition in this way, certainly not during unfolding violence. We see it in this case because of the perpetrator's state of mind. Israeli leaders, army officers, and soldiers who have documented their own crimes in Gaza in thousands of videos, and proudly uploaded the evidence onto social media, they imagine that they are fighting a colonial war against, quote, human animals. As Israeli War Minister Yoav Gallant described Palestinians in Gaza on 9th of October 2023. Such explicit language, human animals, brings to mind the German General Lotto von Trotha, who issued a, quote, extermination order in response to the violent uprising of the Herero people against German colonial occupation in Southwest Africa in 1904. That order signaled the beginning of the German genocide of the Herero and Nama people. Similarly, Israelis perceived their genocidal assault on Palestinians after the Hamas attack on Israel on 7th of October 2023 as a war against colonized, quote, barbarians. Israel's attack on Gaza is, in other words, Israeli settler colonialism taken to its horrific conclusion. If we can move to the next one, please. Israeli leaders have been explicit about their settler colonial ideology and policies. Israeli President Yitzhak Herzog, for instance, responded in an interview on MSNBC on 5th of December 2023 to a question about the large-scale killing of Palestinians in Gaza by saying, quote, "This war is a war that is not only between Israel and Hamas. It's a war that is intended, really, truly, to save Western civilization. We are attacked by a jihadist network, an empire of evil, and this empire wants to conquer the entire Middle East. And if it weren't for us, Europe would be next, and the United States follows." End of quote. Now, a month earlier, in late October and early November 2023, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu referred a few times to the biblical story of Amalek in conjunction with the beginning of the Israeli ground invasion into the Gaza Strip. Now, this is a story of the Israelites destroying completely a people perceived as a whole as an enemy, as the ultimate evil. Herzog's portrayal of, quote, an empire of evil then placed the Amalek story on a modern scale as the last stand against global apocalypse and the demise of, quote, Western civilization. Herzog thus expressed a white supremacist rationalization of destruction of people under colonial occupation, but here taken to extreme, couched within a discourse of religious war that points to the Jewish supremacy as a manifestation of white supremacy at the heart of Israeli settler colonialism. Israeli leaders with command authority in international law have used such religious discourse from the very beginning of their assault on Gaza, including numerous references to a struggle against evil, quote unquote, to Gaza as a, quote, city of evil, and statements about a war of the, quote, people of light against the people of darkness, as Netanyahu said in a speech on 25th of October, 2023. Now, as with admissions of Nakba and calls for a second Nakba, this discourse hardly remained confined to the leadership level, and officers and soldiers in the Israeli army have been mirroring it constantly on the ground in Gaza. A video created by Israeli soldiers in the Sajaiya neighborhood in Gaza on 8th of December, for instance, shows them setting fire to a truck with food and water in it. And they say the following: "It is the second candle of Hanukkah, the Jewish holiday of Hanukkah. We are in a factory that makes candy that is given to children who carry out terror attacks. We are bringing the light to this dark place, burning it until there remains no remnant of it." Now, 3 days earlier, on 5th of December 2023, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu said in a message to Israelis that, quote, "This week we will light the first candle of Hanukkah. Our soldiers will bring light to the darkness, in the alleyways of Gaza, in the ruins of Sajaiya, in the terrorist layers in Khan Yunis. This light together, as a great light, will cleave the darkness." End of quote. The video of the soldiers thus demonstrates how the vision of state leaders, couched again in religious language, shaped concrete actions of soldiers, who in this case used the same words as Netanyahu in the exact place he mentioned just a couple days prior. Next slide, please. On 21st of December 2023, to take another example, a platoon commander in a reserve battalion spoke in a public event in honor of the battalion and its role in Gaza. The reserve officer summarized the biblical story in Genesis 34, where Shimon and Levi, sons of Jacob, carry out a revenge attack against the people of Nablus in response to the rape of their sister. The reserve officer explained that what Shimon and Levi did in Nablus, his unit did in Bet Hanun in Gaza. And he said, "But the mission is not yet complete. We still have the whole of Gaza to do what we did in Bet Hanun." Now, the Genesis 34 story, in fact, disapproves of the act of revenge. So this officer needed to distort the biblical text to fit it into the genocidal message he conveyed to his audience, again in a public event that was recorded. This demonstrates that the issue at hand is not the established or accepted scholarly interpretations of biblical text used to justify Israeli genocide, but the way Israeli Jews understand and use them. Next slide, please. Captain Chai Chemo, deputy commander of the company, posted a video of himself on 30th of January 2024, explaining his understanding of the story of Amalek. And next slide again, please. And he said the following: "With the help of God, we have destroyed a vast area of Gaza and killed tens of thousands of Amaleks, but we are not yet a moral army. This is the real war of the people of Israel. Moral is to understand that every Arab is a suspect. Maybe he is good, maybe he is a bum, but he is a suspect. Moral is to execute all the terrorists after interrogating them. Moral is to conquer and settle all of the land of Israel. And every place we will leave a wasp's nest, they will retaliate against us sooner or later." End of quote. Chemo thus views the Amalek story as the basis, very importantly, of a moral framework that casts all Palestinians as enemies, as killable. This is furthermore articulated within a call to occupy and settle the land of Israel, and Chemo concluded with explicit dehumanization, warning that Israel should not leave any, quote, wasp's nest. So these are just a few examples, again, among thousands of videos by Israeli soldiers and officers that demonstrate a connection between explicit expressions by Israeli leaders, war cabinet ministers, and senior army officers of, quote, intent to destroy Palestinians in Gaza as such. And if you can turn to the next slide, again, another. So, again, these videos demonstrate the intent to destroy Palestinians in Gaza as such, to quote from the 1948 UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. So there's a connection between these intentions on the leadership level and the dynamics of violence on the ground. These videos show us that the intent on the leadership level is understood, right? Chemo, for example, understood Netanyahu's references to Amalek as it was intended to mark Palestinians in Gaza as such, that is, all Palestinians in Gaza, as enemies. This is the reason that Israeli bombings and invasions have left the Gaza Strip in utter ruin, as Israel has targeted everything: residential buildings, hospitals, schools, all the universities, cultural sites, archives, museums, bakeries, and agricultural fields. Israel has so far killed, according to the official UN estimates, over 51,000 Palestinians, including over 17,000 children, many of them in areas that Israel has designated as, quote, safe zones. In this way, Israel has weaponized international humanitarian law to enhance its assault on Palestinian civilians rather than protect them. This is what Francesca Albanese, the UN Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in the Palestinian territories, has called humanitarian camouflage. The real number of Palestinians that Israel has killed in Gaza is likely far higher than the UN estimates. The bodies of over 15,000 people remain under the rubble, and in a letter to Biden on 2nd of October 2024, 99 U.S. physicians and other healthcare workers who have worked in Gaza after 7th of October 2023 noted that Israel may have killed nearly 120,000 Palestinians by that point in time, and they have an appendix to the letter that provides their numbers. The view of all Palestinians as such, as enemies, was also the basis of Israeli War Minister Gallant's total siege policies that he declared on 9th of October 2023 when he referred to Palestinians in Gaza as human animals. Cutting off a territory from food, clean water, fuel, and medical supplies completely, total siege, targets the people who live there as a whole, as such, in the language of the UN Genocide Convention. This total siege sets the stage for the displacement that Israel forced on nearly the entire population of 2.3 million Palestinians in the Gaza Strip since October 2023. The vast majority of Palestinians have experienced multiple forced displacements and conditions of starvation, almost no medical supplies, Israeli bombings totaling so far more than 90,000 tons, surpassing the force of 3 atomic bombs of the kind that the U.S. dropped on Japan at the end of World War II, and Israeli forces on the ground led by officers such as Chemo. Taken together, Israeli policies on mass violence in Gaza since October 2023 have again, referring to the convention here, to the third crime, third form of violence, deliberately inflicted on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. And we know that Palestinians, whenever this ends, Palestinians will continue to die in large numbers because of the atrocious conditions, because of the atrocious conditions that Israel has intentionally created, and the unprecedented destruction means that it will take decades to remove the rubble and rebuild. As in all cases of genocide, trauma and suffering will accompany Palestinian survivors and their descendants for decades and generations to come. And for more than a year and a half now, it continues. On 18th of March, Israel broke whatever remained of the ceasefire and renewed its genocidal attack on Palestinians in Gaza. The next day, Israel's current war minister, Israel Katz, said the following about this renewal of violence and what's coming. Next slide, please. This is the final one. This is what Israel Katz said. The people of Gaza, this is your last warning. The recent attack of the Israeli Air Force against Hamas terrorists was only the first step. The rest will be far more difficult, and you will pay the full price. Unless all Israeli hostages are released and Hamas expelled from Gaza, Israel will act with force that you have never seen. Take the advice of the U.S. President. Return the hostages and expel Hamas so that other possibilities open up for you, including leaving the Gaza Strip to other places in the world for those who would want that. The alternative is devastation and utter destruction. Now, like other Israeli leaders in the last year and a half, Katz's words very much exhibit genocidal intent. The reference to the so-called Trump plan for Gaza, that is, the forced removal of Palestinians, is yet another indication of the settler colonial driving force in Israel's destruction of Gaza. Importantly, Palestinians in Gaza understood the destructive nature of the attack against them from the very beginning. S, a community worker, started sending WhatsApp messages to friends on October 10th with only 3 words in the first one: terror, terror, terror. On October 15th, he wrote, "They are killing families, whole families. I want to forget what I saw. You can't imagine, beyond reality." 2 days later, water and food? None. Very little. We went to sleep in 2023 and woke up in 1948, he noted on October 18th. Andalib Adwan, a feminist writer and educator from Gaza City, remarked in a WhatsApp message on October 9th that the situation is indescribable. The horror is beyond imagination. On October 13th, she arrived with her family in Rafah, a safe zone at the time, and 4 days later experienced bombing all around us. There are so many dead and injured. Poet Khiba Abu Nada wrote on October 9th that Israel's attack this time follows, quote, no pattern. Everything is being bombed. Gaza from the north to the south, being bombed in a chaotic, catastrophic manner. Mass butchery, senseless assassination of everything. 3 days later, a journalist and translator, wrote in a WhatsApp message, where is the West? Where are those human rights they preach? Where is international law? This is genocide, he continued, and it should be immediately stopped. When we think about the Holocaust, we ask ourselves, how could the world let that happen? In the case of Israel's genocide in Gaza, some of the world, primarily the US, Germany, and other Western allies of Israel, states allegedly committed to Holocaust memory and education, have not only let this happen, but they have facilitated the genocide through their military and diplomatic support of Israel. And ACE cries for help to stop this first ever live-streamed genocide has remained unanswered for more than a year and a half now. Even as the ICJ has ruled that Israel is plausibly committing genocide in Gaza, even as the ICC has issued arrest warrants for war crimes and crimes against humanity against Netanyahu and Gallant, even as Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and countless UN reports have determined that Israel's attack on Gaza fits the definition of the crime of genocide in international law. And even as a growing number of Holocaust and genocide studies scholars, like myself, and international law experts, including Jews and Israelis among them, have also come to this conclusion. When we think about the Holocaust, we should also be thinking about the voices, the perspectives, and the knowledge of the Jews who had faced genocide, about the voices of the survivors. And if we take Never Again seriously, we should now be forefronting the voices of Palestinians facing Israeli genocide and calling on us, calling on you, pleading urgently, desperately to stop the violence, not to support the Israeli perpetrators, not to allow the flow of weapons to the violent Israeli state, not to give it diplomatic cover, but to stand with Palestinians in their struggle for truth and justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Raz. Thank you so much. On va maintenant passer à l'argument de la légitime défense avec Monsieur Olivier.
Let's now talk about self-defense. Olivier Courtin, he's a professor in international law at the University of Brussels, and he's a specialist in the use of force in international law, and he's known for his critical approach to international law and his contributions to the study of customary international norms. He will talk about the application of self-defense within the framework of the accusation of genocide. From a legal, can this actually be uttered from a legal viewpoint? Well, thank you very much for giving me the floor.
Qui ont été évoqués dans l'article 2 de la Convention sur la prévention et la répression du crime de génocide, c'est
Convention on the prevention and the committing of the crime of genocide. A national, ethnic group or religious as such. So this is the English version. This is where the legal issue is. How can we actually talk about genocide? We need to understand what we mean by national, ethnic, racial, or religious group, because the people or the states accused of genocide will support, will maintain that they are pursuing other objectives and not the objective of destroying the population as such. Israel will say that they don't consider the Palestinians as such, but they consider terrorists as Hamas. Israel maintains that they are defending themselves against enemies. Within this framework, Israel is destroying a national and ethnic group, but the objective is not to destroy this national group as such, but it is because this is an enemy. And then we need to understand who's fighting and who's not fighting. But the argument leads us to talk about collateral damage. So I would like to focus on this argument, which has been submitted by Israel to the International Court of Justice and South Africa. A few weeks ago, a document was sent to the Security Council with an update. An update of the case that was submitted. A number of individuals in Israel have an objective, which is destroying the Palestinians. But Israel will say that this is part of a context of self-defense. So these terms cannot be demonstrated. So I will talk about this argument, which in my opinion is rather controversial. This is not convincing for three reasons. First of all, there's an issue. The argument of the right of self-defense is very difficult to maintain. There is no right of self-defense. But even if there were a right of self-defense, the argument would not stand, because the text of the Convention of Genocide doesn't accept that other arguments are presented if there is a genocidal intent. And the third element, the third argument, is that this is not convincing the fact of maintaining that there is a war purpose in order to avoid being accused of having a genocidal intent. So the first counter-argument, the right of self-defense. I will not speak for too long, though I could speak for 3 hours. But there are 3 elements which, in my opinion, show that there is no self-defense, right of self-defense, on the side of Israel according to international law. First of all, Israel is an occupying country, and this status has been recognized by the International Court of Justice on the 19th of July 2024. The court states that they are not saying what is happening in these territories, and specifically the court sees that Israel has no valid legal arguments to keep occupying the Palestinian land, which is against the use of force. The occupation is one of the manifestations of an act of aggression. When we see the definition of aggression, which is part of the statute of the International Court, occupation is an act of aggression. So Israel is the aggressor and Palestine is in right of self-defense. So you cannot invoke the right of self-defense when you're attacking, when you're the aggressor. Second element.
Perpétrés par des groupes non étatiques, et ça, c'est ce qui...
Since on the 7th of October, acts were perpetrated by a non-state group, the state of Israel was not a victim of an attack by another state. If you look at the Charter of the United Nations, as a whole, and if you look at the definition of aggression, aggression is the use of force in a state versus another state. So we have a problem here in the logic of this argument by Israel. Israel was not subject to an attack perpetrated by another state, another country. And this is what they already invoked in 2004 versus the International Court of Justice when they wanted to justify the wall in the West Bank. The court rejected this argument because they said Israel cannot invoke the right of self-defense because above and beyond its status of occupying power, it was not subject to an attack by another country, another state, because these are private groups that perpetrated these acts of violence. So Israel can try and ensure its own safety, but they cannot cross an international border and attack Palestine. So this argument is still valid 20 years later. And in 2024, the court did not change its mind. Third element, which is an issue when you invoke the right of self-defense. Even if we don't consider the state of occupying power, and if we don't see that Israel was subject to an attack by another country, even if Israel could act following the right of self-defense, it should comply with the terms of necessity and proportionality. So I'm not saying the state of Israel, including the occupied territories like East Jerusalem, but Israel as it has been recognized by international law, whose borders have been defined by the armistice of 1949. So the borders before the 6 Days War. And Israel, when they talk about the right of self-defense, this is not simply to defend the small Israel, but this is to defend the great Israel. As a consequence, regarding the situation of necessity and proportionality, without even talking about all the serious violations of international law, humanitarian law that have been mentioned previously, with the dramatic testimonies in the first part of the afternoon, even if we don't take all this into account in terms of the right of self-defense, between states, the condition, the situation of proportionality, can be hardly complied with here in this case, because Israel says that they want to defend their occupation, and this is totally against international law. So the right of self-defense, in my opinion, and I'm not the only one saying this, is an argument which is very difficult to support. And second, even if we accept the right of self-defense, would this rule out the accusation of genocide? The text of Article 2 of the Convention of Genocide is not stating that. According to the Convention, you should show that you intend to destroy a group as such. If there are other objectives or other purposes, other goals, there is genocide anyway. The moment the concept of genocide has been processed in international law, has been included in international law. This was after the Shoah, after World War II, and there the objective was to destroy the Jews as such. There were also other objectives, because Nazi ideology of the time talked about the vital room, the idea that that was the only way for the Germans to defend themselves and go back to their own development. I don't want to go back to that ideology that you know very well. But what is important that we understand here is the following. This does not affect the qualification of genocide, as long as you have the intention to destroy a group as such. If we look at the statements that were quoted not long ago, and if we look at the statements mentioned by South Africa, it is very hard to contest or to counter the fact that there was no intention to destroy totally or partially a group, that is the Palestinians as such, whether they are called terrorists, enemies, Hamas, or whatever.
Fondé à les détruire, à les exécuter massivement comme on le constate depuis maintenant.
This group as such, as has been clear for a few years now. So the text of the convention is very clear. And then there is another element, and this is the last element I would like to share with you. This argument is not in line with the practice. In practice, there are very few genocides that have been declared as such by the international courts, because there is a very specific need in the article, so the destroying a group as such. And there are two cases internationally, that is Rwanda and Srebrenica. In the first case, who committed genocide said they had other objectives, that was winning the war, because there was a war at the time between the armed forces of Rwanda and the Patriotic Front of Rwanda that was supported by Uganda. And the other army was supported by other countries, for example, France. So there was the situation of an armed conflict. That was the framework. But that was not considered as pertinent to attenuate the other objective, that was destroying a national group, the Tutsi, because they were mentioned just like the Palestinians are mentioned today. As to Srebrenica, in this case, again, General Mladic, who was the main responsible for this slaughter that was defined as genocide, had other objectives, and this was underlined. Specifically, conquering areas. Again, a military objective, fighting against the enemy, defeating the enemy. But in this case, this was not taken as an attenuating circumstance or an alleviating circumstance to rule out the qualification of genocide.
De pratique, je viens de citer la jurisprudence, il est aussi intéressant.
I mentioned case law, but we should also see the position of certain countries. For example, in the South Africa versus Israel case, there's another case between Gambia and Myanmar with the genocide of the Rohingya. And again, Myanmar said it's not because they are Rohingya, it's only because they are terrorists, they are enemies. And various countries have joined this case. So these are the so-called third parties, and they interpreted the convention in this case. And it is very interesting to see their interpretation. They are totally ruling out the argument put forward by Myanmar, stating that since you are fighting an enemy, then you cannot consider that there is the intention to destroy the group as such. So the European countries stated clearly. And if we think about Israel,
La Colombie, par exemple.
There are various statements by various countries, Colombia, for example, various countries that expressed themselves and followed this argument, the genocidal intent, when it's there, cannot rule out the qualification of genocide. In conclusion, I would like to conclude by saying the following. There are various elements which, in my opinion, show that this argument is not convincing. I don't know what the International Court of Justice will say, because we shouldn't underestimate how difficult this type of question is. But I would like to point out the following in conclusion. Even though there is no genocide, there will be a war crime, there will be a crime against humanity, because it's a systematic attack against the civil population. We cannot rule out the existence of a war crime or a crime against humanity. And then we have occupation, the violation of the right of self-determination. The International Court of Justice stated that. So anyway, all third-party countries, as the court stated, should do anything in their power to try and stop these constant violations of the mandatory rules of international law. So we shouldn't fall in this trap. So it's either all or nothing. If it's not genocide, there's nothing else we can say. There are obligations anyway in the hands of third-party countries, and they are all concerned because these obligations relate to mandatory rules for the entire international community. Obligations for all countries, and they should not deliver weapons to a country, to a state that uses them to violate international law, whether genocide is there or not. Thank you very much for your attention.
Merci beaucoup, Olivier Corten, pour cet exposé très clair.
Thank you very much, Olivier Corten. Your presentation was very clear, and it erases any doubt. Let's give the floor now to Duma Erakat, professor of criminal justice in the Rutgers University, and she is also a jurist and a researcher and a militant, and she combines academic rigor to show what is happening internationally. She will analyze how genocide in Gaza is not an isolated event, but it's deeply rooted in the colonial structure of the Israeli domination. You have the floor.
Thank you for having me. I am honored. talking point is that Israel is not targeting Palestinians as a people, but just targeting Hamas. Putting aside significant issues in law and fact that militate against this point, which the speaker before me addressed some of them regarding the prohibition on defensive force against territory that you occupy because the occupying power is responsible for the order within that territory. But putting that aside, let me just share with you some statistics. What we know so far is that at least 2% of the Palestinians in Gaza have been killed. This is the lower figure, not the figure by the Lancet that projects up to 14% have been killed. This includes 20,000 children buried, disappeared, and detained. The names of those under the age of 1 fill the first 14 pages of a 649-page document. So far, 902 entire families have been wiped off the civil registry, and nearly 1,500 Palestinians are the sole survivors of their families. This certainly exceeds Hamas militants. According to Israel and its allies, these horrifying numbers are irrelevant because they are the result, they say, of deliberate human shielding by Hamas. Again, putting aside significant issues in law and fact, including the regulation of human shielding in Article 51 of the first additional protocol, but we'll put it aside. Let me just share with you the tactics of the Israeli army itself that militate against this talking point. Children have been sniped twice above the waist. Quadcopters have been used to shoot children sprawled on the floor rather than provided with medical care. Israel has destroyed the largest in vitro fertility clinic, including 4,000 embryos. It has executed patients with their hands zip-tied and thrown into mass graves. It has sexually assaulted detainees captured without charge or trial. It has bombed safe routes where Palestinians were ordered to flee. It has bombed safe zones where Palestinians were ordered to shelter. It has tortured medical doctors to death. It has destroyed more than half of Gaza's desalination plants, undermining access to clean water, leveled all 4 major universities, attacked factories, libraries, bakeries, heritage sites, 247 mosques, 3 churches, and bulldozed 16 cemeteries. As put by Professor Shireen Said-Ali, any honest observer of this war understands that the target of Israeli force and U.S.-supplied weapons is the Palestinian civilian. Hamas combatants are the collateral damage. The purpose of this campaign is the destruction of the Palestinian people for achieving long-term Israeli security, what I call Nakba peace, a violent oxymoron that predicates Jewish-Israeli safety on the elimination of Palestinians. In pursuit of its territorial ambitions to achieve unchecked Zionist settler sovereignty, Israel has removed Palestinians for 76 years and counting. It has imposed a military occupation on the West Bank and Gaza for 58 years and counting, and it has besieged 2.3 million Palestinians, what might only be 2 million who are left now, for 17 years and counting. What we have been witnessing for the past 568 days is the cruelest and most violent episode of the ongoing Nakba. And my colleague, Raz, has already cited for us the many quotes that indicate Israelis themselves telling us this is a Nakba, including in November 12, 2023, Agricultural Minister Avi Dichter, when he said plainly, this is Nakba 2023, a campaign that exceeds the Gaza Strip, that exceeds the past 568 days, that also in just earlier this year has caused the forced removal of 40,000 Palestinians from the north of the West Bank. And most recently, the Trump administration has adopted this goal in its current bid to build a Gaza Riviera and remove Palestinians to Sudan, Somalia, or Syria. That is why the return of more than 300,000 Palestinians to their homes in northern Gaza in early 2025 was so incredible. It was the first time in nearly 8 decades of ongoing Nakba that we witnessed the return of Palestinians in mass, a return that embodies the national aspirations of the Palestinian people, as chronicled by Ahmed Aburtima, who marched home on that day I walked as I had never walked before, about 15 kilometers nonstop. I entered Gaza City, a dream long cherished during the days of war, now realized. Despite unprecedented cruelty, Palestinians have refused to surrender and marched home by foot. This is precisely why Palestinians are racialized as a security threat, because we refuse to disappear. The Nakba is ongoing, and so is Palestinian resistance to our elimination. Why then is the Genocide Convention, despite this, not able to capture the extent? Obviously, this is political, but part of it is the way that the Genocide Convention has been drafted and that ICJ jurisprudence has been interpreted in order to absolve colonial powers from their worst atrocities. Genocide was ultimately legislated as its own unique crime that could be committed during war and peacetime, aimed to exterminate people based on their immutable characteristic, precisely because of that characteristic: ethnicity, race, religion, descent. The four allied powers, the United States, Britain, France, and the Soviet Union, led the drafting of the Genocide Convention, and the final treaty defined genocide in law as comprising two overarching elements: the intent to destroy, in whole or in part, the national, ethnical, racial, religious group as such, and the commission of specific acts to achieve that goal. What the final text of the treaty did not include in its definition of genocide is also very significant. Destruction of a group of people in the convention was limited to their physical destruction on purpose. It excluded the destruction of a group's political, economic, cultural, and linguistic existence. When it came to embedding a criminal legal definition, however, originally this was suggested for inclusion, cultural genocide, but this raised alarms for colonial powers and settler colonial states, given its potential application to them. Cultural genocide was included in the initial drafts of the convention before being pushed out by primarily Western opposition, led by France and the United States, despite Soviet and Third World attempts to reinsert it. As such, the final treaty effectively excised colonialism and its constitutive violence from the scope of the international crime of genocide. The convention failed to connect a group's biological life to the land upon which they live, thus obscuring how forced removal from land can be tantamount to a group's destruction, even if the members survive. The way the convention has been interpreted by courts like the ICJ, at least to date, also implies that specific intent to destroy a group should be understood so narrowly for the purposes of establishing criminal culpability to exterminate as to exclude the more protracted and systematic destruction of a group across time that has been common throughout settler colonial histories. Perhaps most significantly, the convention explicitly does not apply to the destruction of a political group, neglecting the ways which groups that share political affiliation can overlap with those that share immutable characteristics, particularly during wars of national liberation and struggles against racist regimes. The treaty condemned the destruction of a people, but not the kind perpetrated by the most powerful states. For Western powers, upholding a civilizational demarcation has required formidable gatekeeping to, quote, preserve a monopoly on how the term genocide is used, as Professor Dara Lee has written. This has taken the form of exceptional treatment of the Jewish Holocaust as distinct in kind and degree from all other genocides. German scholars and politicians have distinguished the Holocaust by insisting that, quote, only Jews were killed for the sake of killing out of hatred alone, while all other victims of genocide were killed for pragmatic reasons, end quote. Treating the Holocaust as just another genocide, in the words of scholar A. Dirk Moses, is a taboo of the first order, despite the evidence of the actual historical record, which shows that leading Nazis studied and drew inspiration from annihilatory campaigns by ancient and modern empires, providing evidence of historical continuity rather than rupture. What's more, Nazi records show that their campaign targeted Jews and other unwanted populations for their perceived role in undermining Germany's imperial ambitions, meaning that hate was not the only catalyzing feature, but the associated outcome of a political logic. ICJ jurisprudence has further narrowed the scope of the application of the Genocide Convention as exemplified by its decision in the case of Bosnia and Herzegovina versus Serbia and Montenegro. There, the ICJ ruled and showed that there was an extremely, extremely thin line that it was drawing between ethnic cleansing and genocide, so that it did not object to any of the facts and entered them into the record, but it decided that the intent, with the exception of the massacres in Srebrenica, which they did constitute as genocide, that everything else constituted the crime of ethnic cleansing, to narrow that scope so severely as to raise the threshold even further. In the case of Palestinians, these barriers to prosecution are even more formidable. The Nakba, conducted between 1947 and 1949, was committed in the shadows of the drafting of the Genocide Convention and thus excluded from the Genocide Convention's scope. Palestinians whose self-determination was forcefully thwarted could not accede to the newly drafted treaty. More, Israel, a state whose very establishment was viewed as a form of reparation for genocide's canonical victims, could not be conceived as its first accused genocidaire. The colonial shadow of the Genocide Convention, the narrow scope of the ICJ jurisprudence, together with the invisibility of Nakba, makes the charge of genocide against Israel a significant challenge, legal challenge anyway, and why it was remarkable that the ICJ, that 15, or actually 16 out of the 17 judges ruled that it was plausible, despite all of these challenges. This is a political issue, not a legal one. Consider the U.S.'s position on the genocide of the Masalit ethnic group in western Darfur of the Sudan. In early January, in its last days in office, the Biden administration determined that the Rapid Support Forces rebel group in Sudan is committing a genocide. In an interview with PBS NewsHour, the U.S. Ambassador at Large for Global Criminal Justice, Beth Van Schaak, explained that they reached that determination because, quote, of the targeted killings based on ethnicity, statements of in the perpetrator's own words, saying they want to eradicate particular ethnic groups from the region and entirely, and we see sexual violence rampant. We see men and boys being killed, including infant boys. The U.S. ambassador continues, all of these are indicia of genocide. These are the types of things that prosecutors around the world will rely on in order to infer that perpetrators are acting with genocidal intent. In a refreshing twist, the PBS News anchor allowed the ambassador to finish and then asked her, based on these standards that the U.S. is using to evaluate that there is a genocide in the Sudan, would you not conclude that Israel is conducting a genocide of the Palestinians? The U.S. ambassador squirms, does not know how to answer, attempts to use the talking point of a two-state solution, which has become a talking point in order to keep Palestinians in captivity and to continuously thwart their self-determination. The anchor continuously pushes back. That's not the question I asked. I'm asking, could you draw the same conclusion about genocide using the standards? And finally, the U.S. ambassador says that that is a matter for the ICJ, so it will be ultimately for the judges to decide. With zero irony, that the U.S. did not have to submit their evidence on Sudan before the ICJ, before the U.S. decided that there was genocide in the Sudan. This, again, does not reflect a legal controversy, but a political one. And before you in this tribunal, you are mobilizing the political support and the popular support that you have to state the obvious as the rest of the world is moving into counter-revolution to punish those who have been insisting on the obvious. In the United States, that counter-revolution has taken the full-on force of kidnapping students, of deporting them without due process, of excessive force by the police, all in order to thwart these basic facts. So I encourage you today to act with fortitude and clarity as you help to build the political power necessary in order to state the obvious facts and to help us move towards accountability and justice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nora. Dernier intervenant pour
And now let's move on to the fourth speaker for today, Omer Schatz. He is a lawyer. He's been dealing with international law. He's the legal director and co-founder of Frontlex, an organization focused on challenging EU migration policies. He also lectures in international law at Sciences Po Paris and serves as counsel at the International Criminal Court. He is a specialist of human rights, and he will talk about the crime of incitement to genocide. And here I quote, "You have the floor."
The last is that almost everything has been said. But maybe first, thank you for the organizers for having me. And second, thank you for the previous panel that was, hard. I was never sur le terrain, like in Gaza, but just from being so far, watching what some mentioned, just the images is difficult and impacts your everyday life, especially when you have you see your daughter every day and then you see someone's daughter, and so thank you for all of you that were on the ground and are on the ground. And maybe thank you also to the Palestinian victim that in our case we represent, for the courage to agree to be an applicant in this case before the International Criminal Court, and finally to the students at my with whom for the hard work along the year. Sometimes I said that for us it was also a form of therapy during this year to do something in face of this helplessness that we experienced since October 7th. So everything has been said on the intent and on the difficulty in facts and in law. To prove that, maybe just a few preliminary comments before I get to the case on incitement to genocide, or clarifications from my side. So the intent is the intent to destroy a collectivity, but not necessarily by killings. So it's to the physical destruction of the group, but as a polity. And therefore, there are other means. Killings is one of the means to this end. But I think that one of the genocidal acts that are the most obvious is the deliberate infliction of living conditions calculated to bring about the destruction of the group as such. It can be via displacement and so on. We will get to that maybe later. A second maybe comment on intent. So how can we prove intent? We talked a lot about the law and the convention and even the case law, but how can we prove it in court? So the almost straightforward way is to find a plan. I don't know, in the Second World War, it would be the final solution plan, Wannsee or whatever. Some say that it's been mentioned by my co-panelist, the general's plan of former Major General Island may be considered as a plan. Smotrich, what we call the decisive plan from a few years ago, may be such a plan. But absent such plan, the most straightforward way to prove intent is to infer intent from the conduct on the ground, which is what Amnesty did in its report. And I think that this is where also where it conflates with the armed conflict and the war, and how can we extract the intent for a genocide from other intents to destroy the enemy, to win the war, etc. Personally, my view is that today, if we are talking about today, all the laws of armed conflict are irrelevant and amount to gaslighting, essentially, because what is going on in Gaza is everything but war. First, even if it is a war, I don't see the idea, I don't see the value in referring to international humanitarian law if the definition of every person in Gaza as a Hamas, as an enemy, as a target, if there are no what we call non-involved, if everyone can be targeted, there are no civilians, there are no innocent people, then how can we apply all the principles under humanitarian law? And secondly, today there are no hostilities, almost none, actually, except a campaign of bombing civilian population as such. For example, since the ceasefire collapsed, there are no humanitarian zones, even officially declared by the army. There are no, not even the Muasi, and everyone is concentrated to the Muasi area, which is 16% of the territory, of the small territory of Gaza. 70% of the territory of Gaza today is not available to the Gazan population because it's a buffer zone, because they got an evacuation order and so on. So all the discourse I wasn't familiar with the special rapporteur on how she defined the IHL instrumentalization, but for me, I always thought it's really gaslighting even to talk about proportionality and armed conflict and all that, because it's something else that is going on. And today, you know, even if you ask the policymakers and the politicians, they are saying, so the Prime Minister, the Israeli Prime Minister says we are implementing Trump's plan. It doesn't say we are winning Hamas and we want to implement a plan of displacement and ethnic cleansing, which can be a genocidal plan. And you saw the citation Professor Segal screened on the Ministry of Defense, and so on and so on. So I think that today intent is quite yeah. And now the part of the reason that my team focused on going to the ICC and going to individual criminal responsibility as opposed to state responsibility before the ICJ was exactly the difficulty to establish intent of a state before the ICJ. So yeah, the convention sets a high bar. The case law raises even this bar even higher. And I think it's worth recalling that to date, the ICJ has never condemned a state for committing genocide. Never. And therefore, this difficulty also to extract or generate intent of an abstract entity like a state. So who are we looking at? The police, the accumulation of the individuals or the leaders and so on. This was the difficulty that back then when we started to work on the case, as I said, today it's a bit different. But back then we said, okay, how can we establish intent not by finding the secret plan and not by inferring it from the conduct? Maybe we should look at the statements that people are making with respect to their plans. And this is how we ended up with incitement to genocide. And voila. So the usual difficulty to understand my own handwriting. So yeah, so and yet, even with all these difficulties, our point of departure was the ICJ, that, as Professor Arikat said, established plausibility, established a certain evidentiary threshold that is sufficient to establish at least a risk for the targeted population. It was, as she mentioned, agreed by 15 or 16 justices, including the Israeli ad hoc judge, the former Chief Justice of the Israeli Supreme Court. And what we did in our case, we showed the ICC prosecutor, Karim Khan, how can this standard, evidentiary standard, can be translated to the similar evidentiary standard under the Rome Statute, which is the constitution of the International Criminal Court, which called reasonable grounds to believe that the crime has been committed. This evidentiary standard obligates the prosecutor to extend the investigation in Palestine and include the crime of incitement to genocide. Based on this evidentiary standard of plausibility, the ICJ also granted 6 provisional measures against the Israeli government. One of them was on incitement to genocide. The International Court of Justice ordered the Israeli government to prosecute the inciters to genocide. The court named 3 out of the 8 individuals that we identify in our case, and ordered the government to prosecute them. We waited with our case until November. This was January 2024. We waited until November 2024 when the Israeli Attorney General notified the Israeli Supreme Court and said we are not going to open a single criminal investigation, not prosecution, not conviction, not nothing against no one in connection with these inciting statements. And then we went to the ICC prosecutor, which under the Rome Statute, in line with the principle we call the principle of complementarity, once the national jurisdiction, in this case Israel, is unable, or in our case unwilling, to prosecute the crime of incitement to genocide, then the responsibility shifts to the ICC, and it gains jurisdiction and, of course, obligation to enforce. So as we stand today, the situation is that Israel breached the ICJ order to prosecute the crime of incitement to genocide, and at the same time now the ICC prosecutor is in breach of the ICJ order to prosecute this very same crime, insofar as he is refraining from doing so and including it in the ongoing investigation. And now to the crime itself. So it was quite unique. What we show in the case is that although typically international lawyers are used to think or to believe that there are only 4 crimes under the jurisdiction of the ICC, genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and aggression, actually incitement to genocide is what we call an inchoate crime, which is a crime that stands alone, that you can independently prosecute it without having to prove the main crime, namely genocide. Okay? So it's an exception to any other what we call mode of liability. So you can, if you want to accuse someone of aiding and abetting a crime against humanity, you have to prove of extermination. You have to prove that the main crime, extermination, has been committed. And incitement to genocide is an exception to this rule. You can prosecute individuals for incitement to genocide without having to prove that there was actually attempted or committed a genocide. And this is what, like, what allowed us to start our research and ultimately file the case. Another reason, so the fact that we had a genocidal act, incitement to genocide, that can be prosecuted irrespective of whether the prosecutor believes that genocide has been committed or not, or believe that he can prove or not the genocide on the ground, was the main reason why we chose this path, especially when the inciters are the main senior leaders and policymakers, and in terms of the seniority and the hierarchy in the chain of command. And secondly, human intent is much more understandable, much more we can decipher what the person has meant. as opposed again to an intent of a state, which is much more complicated. My colleagues cited quite a lot, so I don't need to cite. How are we time-wise? Maybe just one or two citations that are in our brief. So, for example, that retired Major General Island, we cut the supply of energy, water, and diesel to the Strip. It's not enough. We have to prevent others from giving assistance to Gaza. The people have two choices, to stay and to starve, or to leave. The state of Israel has no choice but to make Gaza a place that is temporarily or permanently impossible to live in. The residents of Gaza today, if they want to remain alive, within 12 hours they must either leave for Egypt or gather to the seashore. Every building will be, this is October in the beginning, so you see how it unfolded, and it gives you a sense of how you can infer intent, not only from the conduct on the ground, but from the statements of the people. Creating severe humanitarian crisis in Gaza is a necessary means to achieve the goal. We are in a situation of either us or them, and the conclusion is clear. Israel is not fighting against a terrorist organization, but against the state of Gaza. The state of Gaza is very similar to Nazi Germany. The fighting should be handled accordingly. Who are the poor women of Gaza? They are all mothers, sisters, or wives of Hamas murderers. And so on and so on. Severe epidemics, after all, severe epidemics in the south of the Gaza Strip will bring victory closer and will reduce casualties among IDF soldiers. Who is them? They are not only the Hamas fighters with weapons, but also all the civilian officials, including hospital administrators and school administrators, and also the entire Gaza population. A journalist, I intentionally, you know, the politicians, I intentionally provide you a bit of the influencers that are not really in the government, but a very influential journalist, Tzvi Cheskeli, was saying IDF should have launched a more fatal attack with 100,000 killed. Yes, there are 20,000 Hamas members. I don't know who was and who wasn't involved, and who is or isn't innocent. Hamas is a regime, even if he is a teacher, a kindergarten teacher, even if he is an official who transfers salaries, as far as I'm concerned, is a Hamas man. If your goal is to overthrow Hamas regime, these people are the targets. And then Smotrich, of course. We must not do the job halfway. Rafah, Dir al-Balach, Nuseirat, total extermination, erase the memory of Amalek living under the sky, and so on and so on. And now, maybe to conclude, I mean, so first, as my colleague said, never before we had, to echo Professor said, it's a textbook incitement to genocide. Never before in Rwanda or Yugoslavia we had such direct and public statements calling others to commit genocide. And again, the purpose of this crime, the reason why this crime was criminalized as such, without the need to prove the main crime, genocide, was because every genocidal campaign is accompanied by an inciting phase that precedes or accompany it, and the purpose of prosecuting this crime is to prevent or terminate an unfolding genocide. So by the fact that the ICC prosecutor refrains from prosecuting these individuals for these inciting statements, again, he doesn't need to prove any genocide to do so. He is maintaining and increasing the risk for maintaining a genocidal campaign and committing it elsewhere. And what reminded me is the end of the citation of Smotrich, where he says, we can create a situation where in 2 years Gaza will have less than half of its population. It's a different world. All the discussions on the day after will look different. This is a huge key for Judea and Samaria, which is the West Bank. There will be voluntary immigration from Gaza. It's clear to everyone that there is a model. So what my point being, this risk is not limited to Gaza. For Gaza, it's already very, very too late. But the risk remains for other areas in Palestine. I know my time is up. So
1 minute.
Okay. When the ICC issued the arrest warrants, the pre-trial chamber already determined that at least Netanyahu and Gallant, but of course it's a joint criminal enterprise, what we call in international criminal law, deliberately created conditions calculated to bring about the destruction of at least part of the group. That's the ICC 3 judges' determination. They also determined that this conduct is ongoing. So it's still happening as we speak, and therefore signaling the prosecutor that first, this to say that a living condition calculated to bring about the destruction of a group is word by word, it's again the text of one of the 5 genocidal acts in the convention and in the Rome Statute as well. And secondly, this is ongoing and the purpose is of course preventive, and it was a signal to the prosecutor that he has no choice but to prosecute incitement in order to prevent and terminate genocide. Now, just to conclude, about complicity of the Western actors and of Europe and the US. So we have complicity in this crime, aiding and abetting, sending arms and so on. But we have also, the EU itself. When we ask how can it be that the European member states are silent, or passively consenting or actively supporting this campaign. The ICC prosecutor in the past 8 years is going to the Security Council every year, twice a year actually, and says that crimes against humanity, against people on the move, the previous panel mentioned how is about in the context of the attitude towards the EU, about the EU attitude towards migration. So, in the past 8 years, the ICC prosecutor reports that there are crimes against humanity against people on the move in the central Mediterranean route. 25,000 civilians were killed by drowning in this route. More than 150,000 people were captured, the survivors, and forcibly transferred to concentration camps in Libya. Among these people are Palestinians also. And this is an European criminal joint enterprise. The UN fact-finding mission to Libya determined that the EU officials and member state officials are aiding and abetting crimes against humanity in Libya. So my point is that there is one angle is the complicity, and the other angle is the rule of law. If you don't enforce these atrocity crimes, these international crimes against Western actors, they lose any moral ground vis-à-vis Gaza. Same goes for enforcement. If Italy cannot enforce, if the ICC issues an arrest warrant against a mid-level, low-level warlord in Libya, and Italy is not surrendering this guy to the ICC, and if France and Germany and Hungary and Italy say we will not enforce the arrest warrant that the ICC issues, this is also a form of complicity and a form of participation in the atrocity crimes that we are discussing here. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Merci à nos 4 orateurs et oratrices d'avoir pour nous approché.
I would like to thank our 4 speakers who spoke about the genocidal intent, and now this concept appears to be clearer now, so it's time for debate now. So if you have any questions, please be brief, and let us know whom you're asking your question to. You have the floor.
Alba Leiva from the... I'd like to address political one, but what happens if we lose the political one, the legal one? What happens if the ICJ finally says our resolution is that this isn't a genocide? Thank you very much.
Noura, it is okay for you to answer?
I heard at the end, the speaker's mic cut off in the beginning. If I'm correct, I didn't get her name. I apologize to you who asked this question. Is that you understand my point that this is political but not legal? But what is at stake if we can't win the legal?
Yes.
Is that okay? Excellent question. No, I think about the same thing all the time. So I'm going to answer this in two ways. One is to say that, frankly, at this point, given what it is that we know, it's less about what the law is going to tell us about the Palestinian condition, but it's really the law that's on trial. So when you ask what's at stake, for me, I think what's at stake for the law and its legitimacy, if it fails to understand what is paradigmatically a colonial genocide, it really is a test of the law's utility to us in this world order. It was the same way that, frankly, the ICC's legitimacy has been at extreme risk, that since its establishment, since 2002, it's brought 36 cases, but only 6 of those cases have not been from the African continent. That of the 60 arrest warrants that it's issued, only 3 have been for, non-Global South countries, and those were Putin, Netanyahu, and Gallant. The ICC was between a rock and a hard place. It was going to be punished if it actually held a colonial power to account, but it would completely lose its legitimacy. It had what African states called an Africa problem, and was at stake of completely losing its legitimacy if it could not identify this paradigmatic case by its name. And so we see the ICC for all its deficiencies and the things that we can critique for it in this moment, I think, answered, right, the crisis of its potential loss of legitimacy. The ICJ is in a very similar position. But what made, I think, the ICJ's case successful was the popular and political support globally. And so here I want to emphasize that what happens next is also what we continue to do politically in order to nurture an environment where that is the only possible outcome that we can have. And so this brings me to the second part of my answer, which is we're also seeing a number of ways in which the ICJ jurisprudence is being challenged for being narrow. We're seeing it very clearly in the case of the Gambia versus Myanmar, where 6 states intervened to insist that the ICJ adjust its jurisprudence where a high number of children, there are a high number of casualties of children that should be an indicator of genocide, indicating for us that the law, as we know, is dynamic. And so that even the standards can change. But for those standards to change, we actually need support and intervention. And you ask what's at stake. I think there's more at stake, frankly, for the ICJ if it doesn't come to this conclusion. And what's really at stake is what happens in the meantime leading up to this point and what we're already continuing to do, which is hold our own tribunals, like the one that's being held today, like the one that will be held, the popular tribunal that will be held at the end of May, that other tribunals will be held, the books that will be published, the testimonies that we collect, the archives that we leave. Note that only recently is Germany recognizing its, genocide of the Nama-Herero people. Only recently is France finally recognizing, that it's unjust extraction and indebtedness of Haiti for its independence. To date, the U.S. has not recognized its genocide of indigenous nations on these lands, that these are things that we can only work on in order to create and ensure a future and know that we are here in this moment, but that there is a future before us. And we are here to lay down as a bridge for them. And so I would encourage you to do all that we can, but not to be disillusioned by whatever the ICJ ultimately says.
Thank you, Noura.
My name is Willy. I'm a Danish MEP. Thank you very much to all the 4 of you for your interventions. I just have a question about the quotes. Both you, Mr. Sagal, and you, Mr. Schatz, had some brilliant quotes would you share them with us? Because our job is to win this debate. The way we best do that is when we have some of the central quotes you made from military guys, from ministers, etc. We would be very thankful if you would share that with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. I think I think that probably all of what I quoted is quite well known. But I'm happy to share, the paper and the quotes. I do want to stress one thing in this opportunity, just to say that one of the arguments that I'm trying to make, and this is this requires much more of these sorts of quotes, and again we have them because we have thousands of these videos of the soldiers and officers, to show actually that the genocidal intent at the top is understood as it is intended, right, on the ground by the soldiers and officers, right? And this is, I think, I'm a scholar of genocide, I'm not an international law expert, but I think that this connection is also an element in international law to show that there is actually this kind of connection, that the genocidal intention actually shapes policies and violence on the ground. So yes, I'm happy to share these quotes, and I know that there's many groups and organizations and scholars are actually working with these videos also in terms of the struggle for accountability and justice, as to bring these soldiers and officers to justice. So yes, happy to share them.
Thank you. Do you want to?
Yeah. Also, my case is available online. So all this, it's a 170 pages document where all the quotes and citations. This is just the 1% are available. And I want to also use this opportunity maybe to clarify something. So, on the point of departure was that that genocide is difficult because we need to prove intent. It doesn't mean that there is no intent. The difficulty is to prove that there is. And back then, that was the difficulty. And then incitement to so the crime of genocide with no intent, and then the crime of incitement to genocide, a separate crime with no genocide, with no need to prove the genocide, you see. But ultimately, and this is just a thought after the comment that Professor Segal made, ultimately, of course, you need to relate the statement to the conduct on the ground, and if you can prosecute incitement to genocide, these statements ultimately substantiate the intent that you were missing in the main crime, namely genocide, you see. So, yeah, but the statements are available online also.
Okay, thank you. There is one question there, and then before me. So please be concise in your question and in your answers also, then we can have a lot of question and answer. Thanks.
Sure. Hey, thank you all. And any one of them can answer my question, I don't mind. So the first of all, actually the question is why should we call it genocide? There is, at least in my opinion, there is no debate on this. And the question should be why Israel is above the law. The international law and the ICJ already issued detention orders and stuff like that. All these evidences already collected. So the question is why Israel is above the law. This is a general question. But my question for you academics, so what should we do as a society, as humans, and as a Palestinian to stop this? What should we do? Because the whole international system fails us. The whole international system. Not only the international court, not only the international law. What should we do? Let them kill all of us? Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone would like to answer? Noura? Yes?
I just want to be among those who answer. I'd love to hear everybody's answer, but I think about this all the time as well. Sometimes I think, who cares what we call it? I mean, honestly, we can call it by its actual name, which is Nakba. And this is the work Rabi' Aghbariya has done also, to think of Nakba as a concept in international law. We have our terms for it. We know what it is. The reason that it becomes important, frankly, regardless of what name we give it, is because so many people want to skip over the trauma and the horror. We cannot even calculate the pain of each life lost. I mean, last week we saw a boy that was flung from one rooftop to another with corpses around him, including the body of a young girl that was split in half from the impact of the bomb. We know that Palestinians are being experimented on with weapons, including this new Elbit system called Sky Striker, also known as a suicide drone. They are experimenting weapons on Palestinians for profit. Our international system, to the extent that it's failing, is beholden to these corporate interests that need states to allow them to expand their markets. There is something incredibly disturbing about all of this, and yet through it all, if you have a political conversation, all they want to know is, what's next? Two-state solution, put Palestinians in better cages, trap them better, and the truth is that at this stage, there is no possibility of a future if there is not accountability for these crimes. We watch Israelis who are delighting in the killing of Palestinians, regardless of the incitement and the statements that were made here. There are telegram lists where they're celebrating Palestinians who get killed. Or on television, you see Israeli families taking their children to the Mediterranean coastline to watch Gaza be burned like they're going to watch fireworks. There's something very sick here. And we are expected to just let that go when we need accountability because humanity is at stake. So I hear you when you say, what are we to do? Everyone has abandoned us. The thing that I too am Palestinian, so I use that us. But I remind audiences that they're not just abandoning us, they're abandoning themselves. This can't just happen in front of us, unabashedly, and anyone think that they're safe. Genocide is suicide. And that's what we're seeing very clearly in the United States, very clearly, as we've been, projections show that democracy will probably die by summer, right? Genocide is suicide. Everybody's unsafe. And so I remind people, the thing that we have to do is to protect ourselves. If if the world order that was established after the Second World War collapses here, nobody's okay. And it reminds me that this actually happened before, when the failure to respond to Italy's fascist invasion of Abyssinia or Ethiopia in 1935 to 36 led to the collapse of the League of Nations and the Second World War. So what we do is we continue doing everything that we can and hope that people care enough about their children to join us.
Thank you. There, but I just had one there, and then it's okay.
Quería hacer una pregunta.
So I would like to ask a question to the organizers of these 2 days of this event, a question which is very important for us, considering the conclusions we are getting to tomorrow and the press conference we have organized for tomorrow. This has to do with something that we mentioned early this morning. It's not simply the moral responsibility, but also the criminal responsibility and accountability. Is the criminal accountability, which in my opinion not only has to involve Israel, but also Washington, London, Berlin, and Brussels. And we should try and impose and require from international courts. Well, I said before that before being an MEP, I was a lawyer, and I worked on the case of Rwanda, and I worked with Spanish courts, and we issued warrants of arrest and there was an order that we filed against Israel that was accepted. And the Popular Party, when they won the elections, they cancelled the law, so-called law of international justice, so we no longer have disability. But some countries still have disability, France, Belgium, for example. And I think that an important question, and I would like to know your opinion about it, is how far and how much by appealing Article 25.3 of the CPE, how can we talk about this, the Criminal Court of Justice? So we have the president of Charles Taylor in Liberia, Sierra Leone, that he was considered responsible because he provided weapons. There are countries and European leaders that are supplying weapons to Israel, and they are enabling these crimes against humanity and the crime of genocide. This is little plausible that this takes place at the International Criminal Court, but can we try as a strategy to file a case at our national courts? And why don't we clearly talk about Europe being passive? Somebody's saying we are not doing anything in Europe. We are making things in Europe. Our hands are filled with blood. We are committing crimes, and we should take this to the courts.
Yeah, I believe you refer to the Shhada case, Mustafa Shhada, the case that was in Spain in 2002 or 6. I was working on this case in Israel, and there was a Spanish proceedings back then in Spain, which it's the Shahada case, no? The targeted assassination in Gaza. I believe you refer, yeah. So, yeah, the answer is yes. I mean, we cannot, again, as Professor Arikat said, it doesn't matter how we call it. What matters is how we stop it. And if we can do it in at the national level, I mean, it's not even the concept of universal jurisdiction. No? I mean, all EU member states are state parties to the Rome Statute, and therefore can be prosecuted for secondary, as you said, Article 25.3, for secondary responsibility everywhere. You know, and again, as Professor Arikat said, this process of dehumanization, the first victims are Palestinians, but you see, it also comes back to the Israelis in the way they treat their own hostages, and in the end, the collapse of the legal order. Just to answer the Mr. behind it asked the question, will have an effect on all of us, because we will have nowhere to go to, and we are witnessing, we are witnessing the collapse of the international legal order as post Nuremberg, as post the fall of the Cold War, and no one is safe anymore. So it's not going to end this process of dehumanization, not in Palestine, not in Israel, but also here. But the national level is a place to start, and in the European jurisdiction, of course.
Okay, thank you. I will take one last question there, but I have a... Oui, there. Mais j'ai une bonne nouvelle. Après, vous pouvez encore poser...
But I have good news that you can ask further questions later. If you follow the team, you can all dine together and we can keep talking among ourselves. So the very last question at the end of the room.
Thank you. My name is Raji Surani. I'm a lawyer and the coordinator of the Palestinian legal team at the ICC. And I'm the lawyer of Shahata case in Spain, too. Till now, and since 12 in the morning, midnight, 67 Gazan has been erased. They don't exist. And 47 of them, children. Gaza starving, literally, and the famine all over the place. Those who are in Gaza would be lucky, extreme lucky, if they were able to have bread, not food, in 2 or 3 days for the family. Water, clean water doesn't exist. No medicine, no hospitals, and we are having massive killing. We are having 18,000 plus children has been killed since October 7th. And we have 14,000 women plus killed. 90% of Gaza erased, don't exist. And people displaced, some of them 8, 9, 10, 12 times during this 1.5 years. And we are in a place where death coming from the sky, land, sea, air, any minute, any given minute round the clock. This is not secret. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. This is broadcasted live, on air, at the real time. President of Israel, on October 10th, 23, said there is no innocent people in Gaza and no discrimination between Hamas and civilians. All of them, we will get them, all of them are criminals. Prime Minister Netanyahu said Gazans should be out of Gaza. Out of Gaza. And he said, read my lips. Gallant said in simple words, in very simple, clear words, Gazans are human animals. There will be no food, no water, no fuel, no electricity. How many more you need to be killed, to be injured, to destroy, to be satisfied and say there is genocide in Gaza? We are arguing about genocide, arguing about the uncontested facts. Europe said, and US, from day one, Israel do have the right of self-determination, self-defense. Self-defense, criminal, belligerent, occupation, doing genocide, has the right of self-defense. Shame on them. Shame on Europe. Shame on US. And shame on Israel, who are supporting genocide at the daylight. Support the rule of jungle against civilians. South Africa filed the case on 29th of December 2023 in simple, clear way. And the court in January 11th accepted it. And they said, yes, there is a plausible genocide in Gaza.
And 3 provision measures decisions has been taken since then till today. And the genocide going on day after day, non-stop, around the clock. And now it's just part of our life. We have to live with it, extend it to the West Bank, and Gaza doctrine applied in the West Bank. Did the Palestinian-Israeli conflict begin then, on October 7th? The long version, 78 years, and the short version, 57 years of the occupation. The wars which was against Gaza, and it began with the blockade. 17 years of criminal blockade suffocated Gaza, socially, economically, and otherwise. Turned it to be animal farm. International community dumping just some food and medicine. And the war of 2008, 9, 2012, 14, 17, 21, 22, 23. And we are arguing. We are just arguing. Nobody talking about end of the occupation anymore. Israel not occupying power. We are doing evil. We are not good victims. Palestinian people has a pride, dignity, they are resisting, they don't want to die in silence, and that's our grave mistake. I think arguing stupidly, with all due respect, about whether genocide existing or not, it's totally misleading. Totally misleading. This is not the gathering to discuss that, and I never thought the discussion will be in this direction by any of the panelists, because I was supposed, and assuming that we are in consensus. Here are the creme de la creme of the activists of Europe, who knows and following by heart, and they want to have dosage of law, of encouragement, of hope, to shape up and to be equipped with more tools to do and carry the fight. I didn't expect that we are discussing, well, is what really going on genocide or not? I think Gazans will vomit on this. It's unbelievable. For me, with even the minimal standards of academia, this can be raised.
Ok, je vous remercie. On va devoir clôturer, on doit quitter la salle malheureusement.
I'm concluding. All what we need, simple and clear. We need rule of law. We need dignity. And we deserve end of the occupation and the freedom. We are in the right side of history. We are defending just, fair, right cause. With all the blood, killing, destruction, never, ever we will give up, and we will keep the fight, we will keep the spirit, the hope and strategic optimism. We know we are on the right side of history, and one day we shall overcome. Thank you.
vous remercie d'avoir conclu et je
Thank you very much for your conclusions. I would like to thank all the speakers. When I see people standing up and applauding, this means that there is consensus. Anyway, the idea was to have the right tools to wage our fight stronger. I would like to thank you all, and now we will enjoy some time together. We're going to restaurant together, and now some housekeeping information.
Take you to the venue where you will have the dinner. Second, very important, please don't lose your badges because you will need them for tomorrow. So please keep them somewhere safe. Third, tomorrow we will meet at 9 in the morning in the entrance as today because we need to again pass the control and take you to another room. So please at 9 in the morning. And take everything from the room because we will not come back here. So we will obviously check, but please take everything that you can. Thank you very much.